Over the next 2 days, this prestigious conclave will bring together an exceptional congregation of visionary leaders from government, industry, academia, the investment community, incubators, and the startup ecosystem. The conclave will serve as a dynamic platform for meaningful dialogue, knowledge exchange, and collaborative engagement with deliberation focus on strategically significant sectors such as energy, semiconductors, healthcare technologies, critical minerals, transportation and logistics, advanced communication, and industrial sustainability. The Startup Showcase will highlight innovative ideas and transformative technologies developed by emerging entrepreneurs, reflecting the spirit of innovation and enterprise that is shaping India's future. The event will also feature the inauguration of the Startup Showcase Pavilion by our esteemed dignitaries, making the beginning of an inspiring journey of innovation, collaboration, and entrepreneurial excellence. We are honored by our eminent guest presence and look forward to 2 days of insightful discussions, impactful networking, and the celebration of innovation that has the potential to transform industries and societies. The AIC-SOA Foundation, established under the Atal Innovation Mission and Niti Aayog Government of India and hosted by Siksha Anusandhan deemed to be University, Bhubaneswar, is a leading startup incubation center dedicated to fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. It supports technology-driven ventures across diverse sectors by offering incubation, mentorship, funding access, and industry partnerships. Through this robust innovation ecosystem, AIC-SOA Foundation transforms promising ideas into scalable enterprises, contributing to the growth of Odisha's startup landscape and India's entrepreneurial ecosystem. We are waiting for some of our guests to arrive. After that, we'll start it shortly. Thank you. Once again, I welcome you all to the Startup Showcase and Innovation track of the INAE Technology Conclave 2026, jointly organized by AIC-SOA Foundation, Siksha Anusandhan deemed to be university, in association with Indian National Academy of Engineering. May I request our eminent dignitaries to kindly proceed on to the dais. Mr. J.D. Patil, President, INAE, Member of the Board of InSpace. Professor Indranil Manna, FNAE, Former President, INAE, Vice Chancellor, BITS Mesra, Ranchi. Professor Damodar Acharya, Former Director of IIT Kharagpur, Chairman, INAE, Bhubaneswar Chapter, and Advisor, SOA. Ms. Nitisha Man, IES, Joint Director, MSME DFO, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Ms. Nitisha Man, IES, Joint Director. I'm so sorry, she's not here amongst us. She'll join shortly. Professor A.B. Pandit, Vice Chancellor, ICT Mumbai. Professor A.B. Pandit, Vice Chancellor, ICT Mumbai. Mr. Rashmi Ranjan Mohapatra, CEO, World Skills Center, Government of Odisha. Dr. Prabhakar Sahu, Program Director, Niti Aayog. Dr. Prabhakar Sahu, Program Director, Niti Aayog. Dr. Ashok Kumar Chaudhary, Additional Professor of Hepatology and Liver Transplantation at ILBS. Dr. Ashok Kumar Chaudhary. Dr. B.K. Sahu, Senior Regional Manager and Head, Outreach Office, NRDC. Professor Pradipta Kumar Nanda, Vice Chancellor, Siksha Anusandhan, deemed to be university. As no ceremony can begin without the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, I request our dignitaries to kindly proceed for the lighting of the lamp. Okay. Since we have already done that in the inaugural session, we will start the welcome note. I take the privilege of welcoming the guests and request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor P.K. Nanda, to welcome our guests and present the mementos as a token of appreciation and gratitude to our guests. To begin with, I request Mr. J.D. Patil, Sir, to be felicitated by Professor P.K. Nanda. Professor Indranil Manna, FNAI, former President, INAE, Vice Chancellor, BITS Mesra, Ranchi. It's so nice of you, sir. Thank you so much. I request Vice Chancellor, sir, please felicitate Mr. Rashmi Ranjan Mohapatra, sir. Professor A.B. Pandit. Professor Damodar Acharya. Okay, sir. Dr. B.K. Sahu, Senior Regional Manager and Head Outreach Office, NRDC. Dr. Ashok Kumar. Dr. Ashok Kumar Chaudhary, Additional Professor of Hepatology and Liver Transplantation, ILBS. I was supposed to fall down twice. Dr. Prabhakar Sahu, Program Director, Niti Aayog. Thank you, sir. It is my distinct privilege to invite Professor P.K. Nanda, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Siksha, Anusandhan, deemed to be University, to graciously deliver the welcome address and formally welcome the distinguished gathering. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and all the delegates, entrepreneurs, and participants, ladies and gentlemen. I also welcome to this startup inauguration. This is part of the INAE Conclave, and we have already inaugurated INAE Conclave. So this is a kind of a welcoming to all the guests and kind of the entrepreneurs who have taken pain to showcase their solutions out of their creative minds. They are actually the pioneers in their own field, and they have been struggling to address some of the societal issues, and eventually I'll expect that some of them will come up successfully and become successful startups, eventually unicorns of our country. So we have more than 127 unicorns, and we'll be adding some more. And we request all to interact, participate, and suggest also for further improvements. And also I request all the entrepreneurs to interact with the expertise and how to take their kind of the projects forward and to become successful entrepreneurs. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I have the honor of inviting Dr. B.K. Sahu, Senior Regional Manager and Head Outreach Office, NRDC, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, INAE, for giving this opportunity and privilege to be part of this program, being a technocrat, doing technology transfer and indigenization in the country. And it's my honor and privilege to sitting with such a great luminary who are making us proud on technological innovation, that to indigenization. And I am honored equally that we are not only connecting the dot in leveraging mind to market, delivery, discovery to delivery, we are giving the opportunity what in the inaugural talk it was talked about intellectual property. And in fact, it is my honor that I am a son of a farmer, but at the same time, how technology is mitigating the challenge of a global world, including my father who is a farmer. Having said that, today when we are talking about technology conclave, I think it is a high time how we can leverage opportunity of entrepreneurial avenue, particularly mitigate the challenge what we are facing in our day-to-day life, and that we do as a national organization under Ministry of Science and Technology in validating the technology, protecting the technology, and also making standard of the technology, whether the technology is able to create an impact in the market or not. That is need of the hour. And that's we do practice, and that's the mission and mandate. And those startup who are here also, in that we have connected the dot. And I think we must look into it, and this is the platform, not only connect technocrat, this will connect to the people of the last mile when we are talking about Viksit Bharat and Purvodaya. It is also honor for me how many of the technology we transfer here, sir, just for your information, from in this developed by this some of the lab of this institution, some of the national labs of the institution here to the industry and MSME, and also startup, by doing all kind of value addition in particularly I will say innovation value addition that we need, because India paid 14.6 billion every year, that as per the report of Niti Aayog by former G20 Sherpa Court. India paid 14.6 billion in IP royalty to others. How much we earn? Only 1.6 billion. And this is the challenge. And we need to create more intellectual property. That is the need of the hour to keep nation in the innovation index. I think we are 38, from 84 to 38, and miles to go. And recently I was in Europe. By seeing their innovation potential, we must look into the international standard. And that standard is market-oriented and market-driven, and we must look into it. The way we mitigated the challenge, particularly during the corona, in tracing, testing, and treating of COVID-19, and in fact, vaccine is one of the technology. I will also tell you, recently we transferred one of the technology, HSV subunit vaccine, from Bhubaneswar to National Lab, IIT Bhubaneswar, and ILS, DBT ILS Bhubaneswar developed it, transferred to one of the startups, sir, and that startup recently got a Horizon funding. So we must look into that kind of approach to give a startup hand-holding, and ultimately, if we'll give the route, they will certainly fly like this. That's the opportunity of bringing this kind of forum at this prestigious event. I am blessed as a technocrat in mitigating the challenge. Thank you for giving this opportunity. God bless you all. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram.
Thank you so much, Bijay sir. I request Dr. Ashok Kumar Chaudhary, Additional Professor Hepatology and Liver Transplantation at ILBS, to present his delegation in front of this august gathering. Sir, please proceed on to the dais.
So, good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I thank whole SOA, and I think all esteemed my co-chairs here. I think I may be a little bit odd here, because doctors are mostly confined to their clinics, patients, how they do. And but when you go to technology, innovations, and startups, I can think major chunk is on the health. What my mission is that it should go to the remotest and it should be most affordable. How we can go for that is a technology that can bring it, and now we are seeing the same way. So the SOA I have visited, it is a excellent way they are developing this innovation cell, incubation centers, and I have seen a lot of startups here. So I am in the way, I want that everyone, whenever a startups is having or having any questions in related to health, if you do a collaboration, and that is you can say marriage of a medical fraternity with engineering fraternity, the best way you can go for the technology to address the common man issues. So this is what I can say, and I think I'm here to see over the times how things are moving on this way, and I request everyone to be here to be part of this, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chaudhary, sir. May I have the privilege of inviting Dr. Prabhakar Sahu, Program Director, Niti Aayog, to address the audience.
Good afternoon, everybody. Namaskar, and distinguished personalities on the dais, and all of you. And no, it's not necessary. Thank you so much for having me. Okay, let me not talk as what you call a policymaker or part of the government of India, because I will have different issues. In fact, actually, my team has prepared a long PPT, I thought that it's going to be very intensive and, I'll get the time to discuss all those. But I'm not sure that we'll have that much of time. But I'll take 5 minutes just to give a context. But let me talk as a professional economist, but as a student of economics, because some of the students, I interacted with them. So let me talk as a student. Now, the context is this. Why do we need technology? Just go back to the basic economics if you have read. Otherwise also, the growth theory started with Robert Solow, who made the point that, look, the change in growth is divided into three. The share of labor, the share of capital, and whatever is left, that is called productivity-led growth. And the 3/4 of the US's growth that came from productivity. And productivity is nothing, it's the innovation ecosystem that increases the rate of return on capital. It would sound like more economics, but let me explain you one thing. Solow concluded that over a period of time, the rate of capital or rate on capital would go down because law of diminishing marginal productivity would be applicable to the capital. So a country which has higher capital will have less rate of return. So that is where the capital will fly from one country to other country. But ultimately, there would be a stage where the growth will stop. Basically, what he was telling that rate of return of capital would be going down over a period of time as the capital increases, but it has never happened. 1956, actually, he brought out this pioneering, the seminal paper. After that, after 30 years, Romer came. And he found out that what we expected that the developed countries would slow down and the least developed countries would catch up, it has not happened because the Solow's model was based on the constant return to scale. In a simple term, if you increase the output by 2 times, input by 2 times, the output goes by 2 times. But over a period of time, what happened? That you increase the input by 2 times, but output goes by 4 times. That is called productivity growth, or the incremental capital output ratio is going down. You don't need the same amount of input for the same amount of output. And that is exactly happening today in the world. Just look at the way it has become so dynamic, the innovation. I'll just give you an example that US-China war or the conflict and all that is happening, if not war, they have not really got into that war fact. It is not because that US has higher trade deficit with China. It is a fight for supremacy in defense, in military and innovation ecosystem. Because China has been dominating in terms of patents applied and patents granted over and above US for last 10 years. So the fight is for the innovation. In fact, that increasing return to scale that made the bigger gap between the developed countries and developing countries, and the whole responsible thing is the research and development and the technology. And I'm so happy. In fact, I congratulate all the organizers actually to have an event like this, because we need to create awareness. And one more thing I'll tell you why this innovation is so important for a country like India. You know that next 25 years, we have 25 years. Because the favorable demographics you have today, you will start losing it starting from 2040. Still, you will have 900 million of workforce. That is the biggest any country or any continent has it. It will really go down in the sense the tapering would happen. So if you want to really use the human capital you have, what you need to have an innovation ecosystem. For that, lot many things we need to do. I'll give you one example from if you just observe the developmental pattern of most of the countries, what has happened? 50 years back, out of 110 countries, only 11 countries could move from the developing country status to the developed country. That's exactly 10%. And half of them, they're stuck in the middle income trap. And there is a possibility that India can become or can fall into the trap of middle income. What is middle income? That you get something like, okay, today the per capita income is $3,000. You might get into the 7,000-8,000 like Brazil, Argentina, and some of the countries, and there you get stuck. It means you are above the least developed country or lower middle, lower developing country, you are not able to actually compete with the labor intensive sector, but you are not higher up to compete with the most advanced or developed countries in terms of technology. So you are stuck in between. And that is a possibility. And if we want to break it, like some of the countries, the South Korea has done it, Taiwan has done it, Chile has done it, some of the countries, those who have done it, we need to do it, and we need to do it much more. I'm part of the what we call team. I only led the team which produced this 30 trillion number, that $18,000 per capita income, which will take India into the higher income countries. That depends on this. Today, our GDP is 4 trillion. We have to reach 30 trillion. For that, how many? What is the growth rate we require? We require 10.8% in nominal terms. In real terms, it's 7.5. I'm sorry, I'm getting into the numbers. We may be boring. But the simple fact is you can really increase 8 times or 8.5 times, provided the incremental capital output ratio, which is 4.5, now it goes down. What means the efficiency of capital goes up. And why so? Because the resources we have is very limited. You just look at the investment ratio, which was 37% over a period of time. First, actually, global financial crisis, then all this, NBFC crisis, the financial, what you call the NPS, all these economic regions. Of course, you had COVID also, which was a twin crisis. It's a livelihood crisis. It was a health crisis. It's also a more at a bigger scale economic crisis. All that led to the investment ratio to come down from 37 to 31%. Out of this 31%, 2.9% is the inventory investment. It means the net investment we are doing is 28 to 29%, which is not sufficient to have a real growth rate of 7.5%, which we need to reach this higher income status by 2047. Right now, how we are doing is like post-pandemic, it is close to 7%, 7.2%. And we need to go a little higher off, 7.5, 7.6% in real growth rate. But then it is for the next 25 years. When you are very small, the base is small, the growth rate is, it's easier to get or achieve higher growth rates. But when you go bigger, like the new normals actually sets in. Like China cannot grow 7% today. The new normal growth rate is 4%. US cannot, because big elephant actually cannot run very fast. Like, you can have 1.5 or 2% on an average growth rate for a developed country. So that is where actually the technology is very, very important. Now coming to just, because I've been part of a lot of discussions, and we bring out what is called Trade Watch Quarterly, and every time we focus on one thematic sector. I'll just give you one small thing, taking the points which are already made by Dr. Chaudhary and also Vijay. How do we really scale up? In India, what has happened is we are giving lot of incentives to academic organizations, research organizations to go for publications, to go for patents. But it is very difficult actually to take it forward from conceptualization to commercialization. There is a whole ecosystem we need. Who would fund it? Who would market it? Who would produce it? That whole network is missing. For example, in India, altogether, we have more than 4,500 R&D labs in the government, in the semi-government, in the corporate sector. They're very tiny. That is where we lack the synergy among themselves. And there is a kind of miscommunication. For example, the latest publication which brought out, it was about the pharmaceuticals. And we are telling that world is, like India is the pharma hub of the world. It's so true. Because even today, in the US, 40% of the prescribed drugs are supplied by India, 50% in Africa, and 25% in the UK. But what we have done is we have done well in the volume, not in value. It is a market of $1.3 trillion, the total world imports of pharmaceutical products. How much we are exporting? Only 36 billion. It is 2.8%. So we are kind of doing very low value-added generic or what you call formulated drugs, which are really going down. But what is coming up? That is biopharma, biologics, biosimilars, the immunologicals. Those who are patented, branded, and the most premium. For example, today, you go to semi-glucodite, what you call, that weight loss thing, you would be paying 25,000 rupees. That is patented. We don't get into that because the biologics need R&D investment. It takes lot more time, 10 to 15 years for something to come out. India is like, the hub for vaccines, but what are we doing? The DPT and all, that's very low level actually vaccinations we are doing, the producing the vaccines. Why I'm trying to highlight, it is all about innovation today. Without innovation, because just look at the products we are holding today. The life cycle of the products are going down so fast. Today, what we are holding, after 5 years, we may not have those. So that is where the technology, the R&D expenditure, I think Vijay was making that our position is 38th. But let me just tell you some positive sound bites. You see, if you look at the number of patents, both in design, process, geography, everything, we have done well. In the last 5 years, it has gone up by 45%. But the point is not about getting the number of patents, but taking those patents for the market. I was going through all these exhibitions. These kids have done an amazing job, but then how do you really take it forward, scale it up and market? That Silicon Valley ecosystem, from financing to branding to marketing, somebody has to really back up. Government of India has done so much. Starting from 2016, the start of that incubation, that 10,000 crores, again the seed fund of 950 crores. But still, it is the government which is taking initiative. Unfortunately, the private sector in India is not very motivated actually to spend money because it is a bit uncertain. The gestation period is a lot more longer, and you are not sure about getting the rate of return. Only 30% of R&D investment comes from the private sector. I think India is growing, the market is growing, there are opportunities. And I'm so happy that Dr. Chaudhary was mentioning, how do we really take forward this technology actually for the common people? Look at the AI. We can actually take it in terms of education, health. For example, we have just introduced something called digital dispensary, that the remote places which are disconnected, very sparsely actually populated, how do you really manage and provide the basic services? You can have digital dispensary. The diabetes, the sugar, and some of the common symptoms, actually we can get it done there, and they can be treated from outside. That is what actually Government of India is trying. There are a lot of, or series of initiatives that Government of India has taken, but now it is time to really collaborate. It's the academic, industry, they need to collaborate and really bring out the synergy and scale up. So the last thing is, without technology, we are not going anywhere. And this Viksit Bharat, if it has to be realized, it is the time to really focus on the innovation, or what is called the IPR ecosystem. We need to protect the innovators. Unless until you protect the innovators, why would somebody really put in resources, the time for years together, without knowing whether the rate of return is coming to go or come or not? So I'll stop here. Thank you once again for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhakar Sahu. We now come to one of the most significant moments of today's program, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, that is MOU, between AIC-SOA Foundation with World Skills Center, Odisha. May I respectfully invite our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor P.K. Nanda, Professor Manas Kumar Malik, Director, Siksha, Anusandhan, deemed to be University, Dr. S.K. Das, Principal, World Skills Center, Government of Odisha, to the dais to formalize this partnership through the signing of MOU. Thank you. I now request Sri Rashmi Ranjan Mahapatra, CEO, World Skills Center, Government of Odisha, to kindly come forward to the podium to address the gathering.
Good afternoon. I think I have been there in the inaugural session where we talked about technology, and with a lot of speakers talking about technology. Vijay spoke a lot about technology, innovation, IP, and so were Dr. Chaudhary. I was only looking at the system where I come from. I was only looking at, we do technology, but we must understand that we have to improve the skill quotient of the ecosystem, because without that it is not going to work. We discuss a lot about Atmanirbhar Bharat. We talk about Make in India. I keep challenging myself that where are the makers of India? How do you make if there are no makers? And this is where we must and we have to develop a robust skill ecosystem. The Samruddha Odisha or Viksit Bharat will never be possible if we don't have actual skilled manpower really working at the ground level. You talk about technology, which is jumping leaps and bounds. That means the young mass, the youth must adapt to the changing technology. And that's a Herculean task, I must say. It has been fantastic to see a lot of startups here. And when I go around, I find also that the challenge they have for the scaling up, because the challenge they have with the infrastructure, the challenge they have with the skilled manpower who can work with them. And this is where I believe that the state of Odisha, particularly the World Skills Center, comes into fore. I will always request the startups to come forward, experience the facility what we have, use the infrastructure to its potential, and that's the way only we can grow. As far as the state is concerned, we have been very vocal about the ITIs and polytechnics, which are undergoing massive changes. These are the places where I believe that incubation must take place. Please use those facilities to the best possible extent, and that is where we can really mushroom a lot of micro enterprises, a lot of MSMEs, and they must use these facilities to the best possible extent. You know, jumping quantum when it comes to, I was just listening to the CMD sale about the steel going up so much. I was only challenged with one thing. How do we work on the downstream? I was just looking at one statistics from the bauxite. Like, you know, we talk about 4 to 6 tons of bauxite costs like 1,500 per ton. You change it to alumina, you get 2 tons, you get 30,000 per ton. You change it to aluminum ingots, you get 1 ton, which costs approximate, again, 3 lakhs. You change it to coils, you will get probably 0.9 to 0.95, we get 4 lakhs per ton. And if we are getting the battery foil, we charge 5 lakhs per ton, and it actually impacts 20,000 direct and indirect jobs per metric ton per annum. This is where probably Odisha definitely will be looking at lot of downstream products. Many of you must be aware the kind of MOU the state government had signed with ISC Abu Dhabi last week, where we are talking about 1,05,000 crore investment, and we are definitely looking at a huge lot of downstream products in that one. That is only a start. And that is what is going to probably propel us, make us think different, and challenge all the new and young entrepreneurs to see that as a state of Odisha, whatever infrastructure we have, be it in the World Skills Center, be it in the ITIs, polytechnics, engineering colleges, universities, they are all ours. And we must come forward to use it, use the infrastructure to the best possible extent, and that's why we can make the state go to Samruddha Odisha in 2036 and start working for Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahapatra. I now have the honor of inviting our distinguished dignitaries to the dais for the MOU signing ceremony between AIC-SOA Foundation and ICT Mumbai. May I request Professor P.K. Nanda, Vice Chancellor Siksha Anusandhan deemed to be University, Professor Manas Kumar Malik, Director Siksha Anusandhan deemed to be University, Professor A.B. Pandit, Vice Chancellor ICT Mumbai, Professor Ravindra V. Adivarekar, Director ICT IOC Bhubaneswar. Sir, could you please mind so that the photograph will come properly? Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate both institutions on this landmark collaboration. Let us give our dignitaries a warm round of applause. Thank you. We shall now proceed to the address by our esteemed dignitaries. It is our privilege to hear from our guests, whose thoughts and insights will undoubtedly enrich this occasion. I invite Professor Indranil Manna, FNAE, former President INAE, VC with Mesra, Ranchi, to address the gathering. Professor Indranil Manna.
Thanks very much. Dignitaries on the dais, including President INE, Mr. Patil, Professor Acharya, Professor Pandit, and several others, the delegates, participants, friends. I wish to make it truly brief. Like in the morning, I said that science produces discoveries once in a blue moon, very, very rare, but that makes a paradigm change. Engineering at times produces invention, which is what I say as translation of why to how. But the incremental addition to the discoveries and inventions through innovation leads to eventually technology and subsequent improvement in technology, existing level of technology. That's not necessarily a very earth-shaking, completely new discovery. So society always progresses in such incremental changes over a period of time. Say, for example, today we know very well the world over, the largest harvesting of or largest source of renewable energy is through solar. Decades ago, maybe just about 2 decades ago, India's total level of solar energy harvesting was certainly not in 2 digits of percentage, less than 5%. Today, India has made the whole world look up to us by the way of amount of solar energy harvesting the country has recorded just in last 5 to 10 years. Now imagine out of about, let's say, 400 to 500 gigawatt hour electricity, if it is 35 to 40% already, it's not 35%, it's about 30% already. And if the efficiency of the present day solar cells, either silicon based or 3.5 or 2.6 semiconductor compounds, goes up by 2% or 3%. So all it takes is to come up with either a new design or maybe a ppm level of difference in dopants or the kind of dopants, so that the efficiency of converting the incident photon into electricity goes up by just a few percent, 1 or 2%. That can make a huge difference to the country's overall economy and energy security. That is not going to be a discovery. That's not going to be an invention. That's only innovation. I think one of us here mentioned that India decades ago used to rank in somewhere around 60 to 70 in terms of global innovation index. Today, India ranks at 30th, and this is an improvement, very significant improvement, just in about last 5 to 10 years. But I'll cite another example. Finland has a population of about 1/5 of the population of the city of Calcutta. Finland ranks 6th or 7th in Global Innovation Index. India ranks 30th. South Korea is another country whose population is 1/3, area-wise much smaller than India, ranks 4th or 5th in the innovation index. So let's not distress ourselves saying that who is ahead of us and who is not. The point here is that this is the power of innovation. And Indian National Academy of Engineering, I'm sure Mr. Patil also would agree, and so would Professor Pandit, who also has been very much a part of INAE's think tank, that we are very happy here to see a number of entrepreneurial initiatives putting up stalls all around. I hope all of them are present. And we didn't want to waste time in giving, addresses, which we have already had enough of them. We rather wanted to be seated in the audience and listen to the startup companies as to what innovation they are pursuing and what is the result, significance, and impact of that. This is what today the whole society, the whole country is waiting for. And Indian National Academy of Engineering is very keen actually to see that happening. So that is exactly why we have thought of a platform called Innovation Technology Conclave. So I'll just stop here saying that there is a change in the horizon, change in the mindset. Everybody today understands the worth of job creators rather than job seekers. But we have to create the right ecosystem so that these kind of intentions are actually realized. In order to do that, if INE can play a role there, all of us will feel very happy and proud. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I request Professor A.B. Pandit, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ICT Mumbai, to address the audience.
INE President Shri J.D. Patil, Professor Manna, Professor Acharya, Professor Nanda, all those who are sitting on the dais as well as in the audience, enough has been said about what needs to be done. What has not been talked about is what are the bottlenecks which are faced by the innovators. Innovators think differently. Innovators think differently because they have a basic objective in particular mind, either to identify a problem, second, to find a solution to that particular problem, and third, to convert that solution into a scalable technology. There exists a difference between technique and technology. Technique is what we call in India as jugaad, and technology is when that jugaad is converted into a scalable product or a process which allows you to make money and use that money for the well-being of the society and your own self. In the domain of innovation, we keep asking questions: how, why. One more question needs to be added to that, is why not? Only when you think and question yourself in terms of why not, the innovation starts or innovative thinking starts. That then can be assessed in terms of possibilities, can be developed in terms of proof of concepts and techniques, and that is where the industry participation becomes extremely important. There are so many techniques which reach up to TRL 3 level, that is proof of concept has been established, product is available, process is available. But from TRL 4 to TRL 7, which is definitely known and called as a valley of death, majority of these techniques are either not commercially viable, not scalable, or there is no industrial support. And as Dr. Sahu talked about, you cannot be dependent only on the government to support and create this ecosystem. Industry has to come out in a big way. They should have a long-term vision rather than the CEO looking only up to first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. They should have a 5-year, 10-year horizon, should have a clear-cut goal in terms of what area which they should explore and how they grow. In the current industrial scenario, there are 2 or 3 opportunities which exist for young innovators. One, of course, is in the area of food processing, where India ventured and reached the position of independence in terms of food and became champion of the Green Revolution, but we missed out in a big way in terms of second Green Revolution, that is converting these basic food items into food processed products. So we still sell potatoes at a rate of 1 or 2 rupees a kg and import Lays, which is 400 rupees a kg. Now this is where the innovation or this is where the value creation becomes extremely important. And there is a huge opportunities for these innovators to look into a possibility of food processing. Second area which exists in terms of opportunities is coming out with moonshot materials, and it is now possible for you to have the help of AI to come up with exotic materials meeting some specifications which are not available, possibility of synthesizing those particular materials using AI techniques itself, and then these materials can go into either strategic sectors or sectors which are of extreme importance to the nation as such. If you think and if you coordinate yourself, you will find that ideas do come. These ideas need to be converted into proof of concept, get hold, and that is where INAE can make its platform available to these innovators to have a marriage or to have an association with maybe venture capitalists, angel investors, which will allow you to exploit your idea. And one thing is, if you want to be a successful entrepreneur, don't remain married to the technique, but get married to the final success or the money which it's going to make. You should be in a position to understand when to drop an idea if it is not getting commercially viable, and when to pursue with this idea which is going to make it commercially viable. Please keep these 3 things in mind. We have done sufficient amount of these kind of activities, and based on our own experience, I am telling you these possibilities which currently exist. The last thing, you should think in terms of why technologies are not becoming economically viable. Because the cost of the resources, cost of the input resources is expensive. Are there any cheaper options available for these input resources? There are, and it is high time you start looking at the waste which we have generated also as a resource, and this waste is available to you at a throwaway price. So input cost significantly goes down. So there's an opportunity which exists for you to look at the waste as a next set of resource for your commercial venture. Thank you very much for allowing me to share few thoughts. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable perspectives shared with us. I humbly request now Professor Damodar Acharya, Former Director, IIT Kharagpur, Chairman INAE Bhubaneswar Chapter, and Advisor SOA. Sir, kindly proceed on to the podium to present your delegation.
Very good afternoon to all of you. You must be all hungry because the lunch is actually waiting for you. So Here we have the President of INAE, Mr. J.D. Patil. We have the former President, Professor Indranil Manna. Then we have got very respected academician, Professor A.B. Pandit, and the others actually on the dais, and the participants and entrepreneurs, startup persons who are actually present here. Now, first of all, I must say that I am actually not an entrepreneur. I don't have any direct experience of becoming an entrepreneur. I remained actually as a teacher, nothing more than that. But I had great opportunity, large number of opportunities to see actually how the output and the productivity of several industries actually could really go up. And whatever I little did, I implemented it and found actually excellent result. By the company found it actually an excellent result, and they span from steel industries to chemical industries to fertilizer industries and to transport and logistics industries, so many things, but these are all past. But my point is, when actually we are talking of actually starting an, a startup or going actually for an enterprise, that first of all, have we really done a thorough study of that what actually the market needs, what the consumer really require, and what is their problem? We may have some funny ideas, and out of which actually you can come out with this thing, even you can take a very patent and all these things you can do. These are not actually going to help you. Main thing is, whatever actually you were aiming at to develop, whatever product or process that you are aiming to develop, do we have the idea of what type of a market it will have and how you will really sell it? Unless actually you start from there, then actually you can go for actually developing the technology or having the proof of concept, and from the proof of concept you can go to the lab scale, and from the lab scale then you can really expand. Unless actually that part is done well, it is very difficult for a startup to come up with the marketable, scalable product. This is actually what my little thought about it. I think all our entrepreneurs actually who are present here, you should really think seriously about it, and just don't think of that I have got some beautiful idea, got this idea actually from the reading paper, this, that, etc. And then actually it can be automatically developed into a product and which could be marketed and which could be scalable. So this is what actually basic problem is. And so far as our Indian condition is concerned, it is not necessary that you actually have to always develop actually a new product, but you can also come out with actually how to have actually some sort of modification and better product you can develop, because our market is actually huge. So we don't have to think of that we should be having developed product like, let us say, whatever actually the Scandinavian countries or Korea or Japan and these things, these people are developing, because their basic purpose is to sell their product globally. But here actually you have the market which is really very huge, and even if you can develop something which is better suited to our situation, our country, that itself actually will be able to give you a huge market, and you can really go very fast. And these are actually some one or two small points that actually I wanted to make. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best. And I don't want to take more time between you and the lunch which is waiting for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence and valuable insights which have added immense significance to today's program. Thank you very much, sir. We now have the honor of inviting Mr. J.D. Patil, President INAE, member of the Board of InSpace, to kindly grace the podium to deliver the next address.
When I look at an innovation ecosystem, which I have lived through nearly 5 decades of my career, I remember the days when academics was all about teaching. And then we saw, a couple of decades down the line, academics became that instead of teaching, just a matter of doing research plus teaching. If we look at the recent times, it is no longer teaching and research. It is about translating or converting that research into directly useful things. And this is precisely where the translation, or call it the innovation, sits in. I belong to an organization, spent my entire career in strategic sector, which Professor Pandit talked about. I remember strategic sector is a domain in which India is completely self-reliant. Call it Atmanirbhar. The PM calls today as Atmanirbhar. And it happened simply because the rest of the world said, we will not give it to you. So if the rest of the world said, we will not give it to you, then every possible idea, every possible thought, every possible innovation was harnessed. And that's exactly how, take an example of nuclear power, world's safest country in which nuclear power is produced, unmatched record, unblemished, no accidents, reactor repairs online while it is producing power. You can't hear of these stories anywhere else, and it is all a matter of innovation. Look at space, the largest number of satellites until recently, when SpaceX decided to sort of break ISRO's record, and the point that SpaceX actually had to break that record is 107 satellites on one launch vehicle is what India created. Again, not based on technology coming from somewhere else, it all happened here. And that's a power which today the government actually believes is something which the startup ecosystem would provide. Good old days, if you were having a great idea, you needed a corporate. So people like us who began with major corporates, I remember the era, first 10 years after I joined, the organization was in a way dependent on foreign TOTs. We grew 10 times. The next 35 years, if I start looking back, zero technology from anybody else from outside, and we grew 4,000 times in terms of our annual revenues. Idea essentially is today, we see that among students, especially in the academic institutions, there are a lot many, literally 30-35% to 40% of the top institute students no longer want to opt for a job, but want to opt for taking a plunge into what is called the startup world. Becoming an entrepreneur yourself is something, rather than looking for government to create a job for you, is where today the growth of the country belongs. With lot which government has been doing, and of course angel investors have been doing, which is, I would say, still not so mature in India as compared to what is in US or in Europe. But the scenario remains that we are a third largest innovation ecosystem in country. There are lakhs of inventors and startups which today are registered with the government. There's enormous amount of support, and government, every department wants to actually give you out money as long as you are wanting to have a stake. You can't expect government to give you a grant, but if you say 50% I put in and 50% government will put in, the initiatives, I'm sure my colleagues sitting on the dais would tell you, there are lakhs of crores which are available with a patient capital, government willing to say give it back to me after 50 years and negligible interest. Now this is what India is doing essentially to create next generation entrepreneurs, and I think any place where you actually see a lot of startups coming up and young minds coming up, wanting to do something. I created a startup. Lassen to Grow by itself was a startup. Let's look at 80 years back. Two youngsters decided we'll do something. What they will do, they didn't know. World War began. They couldn't even go back. Foreigners came to India wanting to stay here, couldn't go back. Business happened. Started taking Indian engineers. The innovation kept on happening out of Indian minds. There's no foreign mind involved when it comes to Lassen to Grow, except the two owners originally, both own zero. The startup I started, typically little more than 4 decades back, has 400 products. The topmost technologies in the world, superior to what anybody and everybody can talk of in the world, today are happening in the country, all in strategic sector. Commercial sectors, obviously, it's not been happening to that level because of the targeted attention has not been there, and the kind of government-industry collaboration which ought to have happened in the commercial world is not happening there, which is far more happened in case of the strategic sector because of the need. Nobody is going to give it to us, we need to create it here. And I think amazing things can be created just by saying what Professor Pandit gave that mantra of why not. I would say, why I can't? It's not somebody else who is going to do it. It's that me who need to decide I can. First is a why not, and second, to feel empowered, I can. And the moment we say I can, actually things will happen and amazing things can be created. The startup I created today is running into billions of dollars of annual turnover for my company. And that's something you can create. We have not valued it. If I value it, probably it would be 1.5 lakh crore of market cap. So out of zero, one can create. All that one needs is commitment, mind, and enormous amount of drudgery and hard work. Because anything that any startup sitting here feels that red carpets are going to be rolled for him, sorry, you got to put 20 hours. If you're wanting to put 20 hours, there's a pot of gold at the end of that. That pot of gold is going to have all kind of hurdles. If you are up to it, of course that pot of gold is for you. And that's essentially a message for every startup who's around. Through INAE, what one is trying to do is trying to, in a way, create celebrating some of those early success stories. And if we are going to be able to celebrate those success stories, that hopefully will create more and more. And that's exactly where the Technology Conclave has its place. For people who are creating something new in terms of value, we not only recognize, celebrate them, help them in terms of what they would want. The best of the minds in the country, when we are bringing together, there's obviously an informal mentorship which is available for asking. If the minds meet, of course that's something that will happen. On that note, let me wish every startup who is present here and some of the youngsters who are present here, it's just a matter of wanting to commit, feeling empowered that yes, I can, and then there's, as I said, the pot of gold at the end of that journey. But that journey is not going to be easy, not simple, going to be hard, but extremely rewarding. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Your thoughtful words are deeply appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving all our distinguished speakers a warm round of applause for their inspiring address. May I now request Ms. Lopa Mishra Jana, CEO AIC-SOA Foundation, to kindly come to the podium and propose the formal vote of thanks.
Namaskar. Thank you, Prachi Madam, and honorable distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of AIC-SOA Foundation. And as we conclude this inaugural session, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their valuable insights and inspiring us with their vision. I sincerely thank Dr. Ashok Panda, who left a little early today because of his previous commitments, Mr. J.T. Patil, Professor Indranil Manna, Professor Damodar Acharya, Professor A.B. Pandit, Mr. Rashmi Ranjan Mahapatra, Dr. Prabhakar Sahu, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chaudhary, Dr. B.K. Sahu, Dr. P.K. Nanda, Dr. S.K. Das, Professor Ravindra B. Adivarikar. I also thank them and I'm deeply grateful for honoring us with their presence and making this inaugural session truly memorable. I also express our gratitude to Mr. Manak Malle, Sir, Director, AIC-SOA Foundation, for his guidance and unwavering support, and to Dr. Renu Sharma, Mr. Debashis Parida, the Incubation Manager at AIC-SOA Foundation, Prachi Madam, for the meticulous planning and dedicated efforts in making this event a success. We have two wonderful workshops for which we have the privilege of having Mr. Sriram Iyer and Mr. Rajesh Gopinath. I extend my thanks to them for coming all the way from Bangalore and Hyderabad. Special word of thanks to all our startup founders, innovators, mentors, ecosystem partners, and officials from WorldSkill Center and ICT Mumbai for joining us and strengthening this collaborative platform through today's partnerships. My sincere appreciation goes out to our organizing committee, faculty members, volunteers, protocol, media, and technical teams whose tireless efforts behind the scenes have made this event possible. Finally, I thank each one of you for your gracious presence and participation. We look forward to your continued engagement in the workshops, networking sessions, and startup showcase over the next 2 days. Thank you once all again, Jayan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we are going for lunch. Before the lunch, I would like to request our dignitaries, on their own convenience, please walk through these stalls as our young entrepreneurs are waiting to interact with you all. If it is convenience now or after the lunch, and exactly at 2:30, we are going for networking at this Startup Showcase Pavilion. Please join at 2:30 after the lunch. Thank you very much.
आगे पीछे करते रहना पड़ेगा।
मैं यहाँ पे लैपटॉप लगा दूँगा बस पेन ड्राइव में 1 मिनट पेन ड्राइव
मैं आपको व्हाट्सएप कर दूँ। डुप्लीकेट कर सकते सुपर हाँ
डाउन कर दे
हाँ चलिए ना तो पहले वाला स्लाइड कर दो पहले पेज पे कर दो राइट
उसको लेट डाउन कर दूंगा तो बंद हो जाएगा लैपटॉप डाउन करोगे हाँ नहीं चाहिए मुझे लैपटॉप नहीं चाहिए I request everyone to please come back to the room. Good evening, everyone. Respected dignitaries, our esteemed speaker, faculty members, and my dear friends. A very warm welcome to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you today's Lean's Canvas workshop, an exciting and insightful session designed to help aspiring entrepreneurs transform innovative ideas into structured business models. I am Tanim and I will be your host for today's event. As the saying goes, ideas are easy, execution is everything. Today's workshop is all about taking that first step forward, execution. Entrepreneurship is not just about having a brilliant idea. It's about understanding the problem, identifying the right customers, creating values, and building sustainable businesses. The Lean Canvas is a powerful one-page business planning framework that helps the entrepreneurs validate their ideas before investing significant times and resources. Today, participation will learn the 9 building blocks of Lean Canvas, how to validate startup ideas, how to work collaboratively to build a business model, and how to present their ideas like entrepreneurs. I'm sure today's session will be the interactive, practical, and inspiring. Now, it's my privilege to introduce our esteemed speakers for today's workshop. We are honored to have Dr. Sriram Lear, partner at Veera Business Consulting LLP, holding a PhD in strategy and finance with over 20 years of experience in advertising global brands, family businesses, governments, and CXOs on technology-led transformation and business growth. Dr. Lear brings a wealth to the practical knowledge and strategic insights. Sir has guided numerous organizations in innovation, business strategy, and entrepreneurship, making him the perfect mentor for today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Sriram Lear with a huge round of applause. I may now respectfully invite the CEO of AIC-SOA, Lopa Mishra Chana, ma'am, to come forward for the felicitation. Welcome, ma'am, with a huge round of applause.
Hi all, very good afternoon to all of you, and I feel it as a privilege to be here in front of so many young entrepreneurs. First of all, I would like to thank SOA for this opportunity and the incubation cell, the CEO and the entire university, and I'm thankful to each one of you for taking out time. See, the thing is, like, when I was in Germany, and in Germany I had my first training on Scrum. And when I was learning that, what exactly the Scrum method is, so it happened like we were taught by Pete Deemer. So Peter Deemer was Chief Product Officer of Yahoo. And when he came in to talk about, the very first thing that he told was like, hey, that what you have come for today, I am the authority. So in the same way, I would just like to emphasize on, there are very few people, and I'm very thankful to God for that. I got the complete opportunity to understand the complete circumference of what exactly entrepreneurship is. So I initially worked with corporate, and then after that I came back India almost like 10 years back. So I was country head of TCS for Agile Transformations for a client called AGL, Australia Gas Lights. And I came back in India almost like 10 years back. My first client was wherein I started working in was a company or was an individual with a worth of almost like $20 billion. My first job there was to understand the businesses which are in technology, whether they are good enough or not. Should we invest money in these companies or not? So now that became a perspective that I was sitting on the side of an investor and to see whether we want to invest money in these companies or not. So I understood that what I want to hear from a perspective of an investor to understand what this company is offering me today. So that was my first exposure. While I was doing that, I felt that, I was fortunate to meet another gentleman who was an ex-employee of Facebook and was exceptionally well in AI, is still exceptionally well in AI. He said that, Sriram, let's join forces and let's start a company. And that is where I became an entrepreneur, my first company. And in my first company, when we started, interestingly, what we did in our first company is like, when I went to the chat, now I knew what exactly entrepreneurs want. And from that perspective, this tool really helped me. So that, the first time when I went to raise money, I raised almost like 4.5 crores with just idea. I absolutely had nothing. No piece of code, nothing, no working product, no MVPs, nothing. All I had was a clear, crisp idea with a vision that what exactly this will be doing. When I did that, after that what happened is like, after 18 months or so for another company, which is again in the area of AI, incidentally, I met another gentleman and we said that, hey, I want to start another company on AI. And this time again, over a cup of coffee, we had a discussion on a cafe coffee day and I again raised yet another 4.5 crores without any product, without anything. So now what happened is like, people in investment circles started saying that, Sriram adds something to the coffee. Because the moment he starts asking people that, hey, let's go for a coffee, the person ends up giving money to Sriram to start another company. So I worked as an entrepreneur, before that in a corporate investor, and then later on what happened is like I was with Telangana government, and with Telangana government I helped create almost a decent number of incubation centers. Later on became country head of EY for startups. So to my credit, across India and across Asia Pac, I would have got more than 100 plus incubation centers created, which I feel is fairly a decent number of 100 plus incubations getting created. And I would have trained personally more than 20,000 entrepreneurs. So now, given those numbers, I felt this one tool that will always help you to understand or give you a clarity of thought that what exactly are you doing in your process will really help you to work that, and that tool is Lean Canvas. So in this workshop, what we'll do is I'll tell you that, if you are, and I can write it on stamp paper and give it to you. If you have filled this or if you have done this exercise 4 or 5 times, I can guarantee you, you can pick up any sum of money. Because when an investor comes in to invest in you, they really don't know how that business will be. They really don't know what that nitty-gritties would be. They are only judging you on your confidence and how well prepared you are and what kind of clarity of thought you really have. So if you have a very clear picture in your mind, an extreme good clarity that what you want to do, raising money at any point in time is not difficult. So with that credibility of mine, working in all through and raising money decent number of times and now investing money into startups, I'll tell you that this particular tool that we are going to talk today about, how that will help. So before we get into discussions of the tool, what I would request you is like, let's understand some basic concepts. And as we understand those basic concepts, we will then get into understanding what this tool is, so that it gives you complete, we are all at all point in the same stand, same wavelength, so that we all understand what we are doing. So here is an example of a business. So this is a very famous food joint. This used to be a very famous food joint in Hyderabad called Ram Ki Bandi. So in Ram Ki Bandi, what used to happen is like, people, those who are working late night in the BPOs, or people, those who are actually, students, So technically they are preparing for their exams, it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, they are feeling hungry, or BPO shift changes midnight, they are hungry, they want to go out. They would go to Ram Ki Bandi and they will have hot dosas then and there. So technically what this is like, when you think of a business, you need to understand first, like, is there a customer? And what customer you are actually willing to work for. Now this became such a massive food joint all across Hyderabad that it started giving franchises all over. So technically what was happening here is, what we need to understand, that whatever business you're trying to do or you're planning to do, it can either be into creation of a product or creation of a service that you render to the customer. So here if you see, what is happening is that person is creating a product, which is a dosa. The product is getting delivered, the customer pays in money, and the capture is fine. So technically what is happening here is, your business cycle is turning around fast. So this is one kind of a business. So technically businesses could be of different types. It could be a product or a service. As soon as people see value in your product or your service, people will then pay you money. So this is one example wherein you are able to get money immediately for your product. Now if you see another example, this is another example wherein of a business cycle where we are particularly talking about what I call a cart, where you are ordering your clothes. Now technically what is happening here is, if you can see my mouse cursor here, a customer actually is looking for an apparel. A customer is actually looking for an apparel. He goes to a website, he says that what kind of apparel he wants, the type of apparel, the kind of a fabric that they are looking for, select a styling, give the measurements what they are looking for, makes a payment. Now in this what's happening is, the customer is kind of aware that he is not going to get things immediately. But what will happen the moment the customer has done a payment, the money immediately goes to their supply chains from where the clothes are procured or the clothes are actually stitched, and then eventually the product reaches out. So now here what we are saying is two different kind of business cycles. One wherein there is a value, wherein because of the value the customer is paying money. But in one case what's happening is like the customer is able to get product immediately, you're delivering it over. In the second one there are certain kind of what I call in this, there is some delays because of the there are some delays because of the entire life cycle or the cycle chain. Now so now before we get into the tool, one more thing which we need to understand before getting into the tool is, there are basically two types of businesses. First we understood from a perspective of the cycle, the durations. One is the immediate transaction where you get money. Second is wherein your transaction leads to further chains and it closes the business. Now if you want to also see if you want to categorize the business, it could be of two types. One is called B2B business, another is a B2C business. So B2B business is actually a business wherein I'm saying it is business for the business. So suppose you are a company which is like manufacturing laptops or servers, rather I would say servers. So if you're actually manufacturing servers like AWS servers or maybe some other chip manufacturing company for which a lot of tech companies, IT companies, so will require them. If you may take example of NVIDIA, you're something like an NVIDIA, and to make Apple products I require your chips, or I am Dell and for that I might require some of your chips. So basis that what happens is like I am selling my product to a business, that business will use that product of mine to create further businesses. That is called a B2B. So when I am considering various business houses as my customers, they are B2B. And when a direct customer is coming in and buying in product from me, it is called B2C, business to the customer. So these are two different kind of businesses that we need to understand. So technically what we have understood is there are different cycles, different durations of a business, and then there are different kind of business, either a B2B business or a B2C business. So now as you are part of this workshop, you need to now think that which kind of categories do you fall in. Is it an immediate transaction business that you are doing right now in your company? Or is it like something wherein you are seeing it like it is a B2C and it takes a lot of time? So and it could be a B2B business or a B2C. So now you understand from these perspective where your business is or what your business is. Now let us understand what this tool is all about. So this particular tool called Lean Canvas, why it is so important. So is there anybody here in the audience who has actually pitched or given a slide deck to an investor? Anybody in the audience? Okay. So now if you see these, what are you trying to do here? What are you trying to do here is, this is effectively a pitch deck. If you see, there are 9 blocks here. In these 9 blocks, what we are talking, what is problem, solution, your unique value proposition, unfair advantage, customer segments, key metrics, channels, cost structure, and revenue streams. So technically, when you are going to any investor, you need to understand these things very clearly. I'm talking about early stage startups, not the late stage startups, but you need to understand. This misses 2 things. There are 2 things which are missing in this tool, which you probably would need to add later. One is slide on your team, who are all on your team. And before that, another slide which is slightly more important, which is what is size of your market. So technically, if you have these 11 things ready with you, and if you have absolute clarity in your mind or in your thoughts, any investor will write check for you. But will you get your answers or your first time Lean Canvas right? Answer is no. You would require to do it 4 times or 5 times amongst a lot of you, again, all your founders and all, so that you come to a common consensus, and basis that you start thinking of creating your company. So usually when you all have got your sheets, right? Yeah. So now if you are actually working as a part of a team, if you are part of a team, then probably what you should do is you should probably sit together, so that if you are coming from same startup, so that you can really see what are you thinking and what your other co-founders are thinking. It could be different answers. It will shock you, surprise you that we were working together for such a long time, but we don't have a common consensus. So it will also help you that which points are good from which Lean Canvas and which can be put together. So now from that perspective, let's get started. So now if we are talking, so what I want you to do is start thinking about your startups. We will discuss the blocks. We'll discuss the blocks. Please consider me as somebody elder of your family, your uncle, your brother, or whatever it is. If you feel that there is anything that you're not able to understand for your business, feel free to stop me so that I can give you the answers, or I can give you at least my thought process, okay, so that you get some clarity. So now, and I may request people to please raise your hands, and I may ask questions or I may check with you. So please let me know that we are in the same thing. It helps me to work on well. So if we see this Lean Canvas, if I were to ask you, which would be the first block that you would like to fill? Would somebody like to volunteer and tell me which would be the first block that you would like to fill in? Ma'am, you're saying customer. Okay. Somebody else? You means customer, you means customer segment. Okay. Yeah. Somebody else? Problem. Revenue streams. Okay. So technically, see, the thing is, there is actually no given prescription that you should only fill this. Now the thing is, with the kind of experience that I had over last 10 years of working with startups as an founder, as an investor, as a consultant, I would say you will get best of your ideas when you stream it, when you try to see how things are collected. I was part of NASSCOM's delegation in 2016, and I met a Mr. called Naeem Khan. Like I was saying that I was raising in money like 4.5 crores. Naeem was always raising money somewhere in 4 million and 5 million in that tune, sitting in the US. I asked Naeem, what are you really doing and how you get that kind of a money? And Naeem told me that, what you need to do before you even start about a problem. So what you need to do is you need to think of 2 things simultaneously. First, what is the problem? And secondly, what is the customer segment? So technically what happens is, like, your problem is a valid, most of the startups, they fail because they sit in a room, they think this is a problem, I feel this is a problem, this is so from that perspective they start creating something which has not been validated in the market. And as you start working in startup more and more, you realize when you created a product or something like that, the time you reach to a position, it is like, you created something but you don't have customers to buy it. So in that way, what needs to be done is, you first start thinking when you understand this is a problem, go to the customers, go to the prospective customers. So that is your customer segment. So technically identify the problems, and once you identify the problems, so first is like you identify the problems, and once you identify the problem, go to the customer segment. So technically what happens is like your customer segment is like the persona, understanding who are they, what do they work, what exactly is this problem, are they really working, are they really facing this kind of a problem. So Naeem was doing that while he was creating his startups. Before even thinking about creating a working product, what he would do is he'll make marketing collaterals. He'll make marketing collaterals, he'll make websites, he'll make his pamphlets and everything ready. He'll go to the prospective customer and say, hey, this product of mine is almost ready. It is just coming in market in 1 or 2 months. Can you exactly tell me, is this your problem? Am I identifying your problem right? And if somebody says, yeah, no, but I want this changes, I want that changes. So in that case, you're able to understand what exactly is the pain point of that customer that you are perceiving. And once you understand what is the pain point of the customer, you can also ask that customer, if this problem is solved, how much money would you like to pay, right? So what happens in that way is you are not only understanding what the problem is, what really it is, what is it that for which a person is willing to pay money, but at the same time, So technically what's happening here is, you're working on the problems. As you understand, so what you do technically is you start writing your problems. So for your startups now, the area where you're running your startups right now, what I would suggest you is think of the problem that you're really planning to solve. So please list down, you have that paper with you. I'll come to your positions where you're sitting in. I'll come there to check with you. So what is your startup? Write your name on top of your sheet, name of your startup, what is there, right on top of the sheet. Write exactly what exactly is the problem that you're perceiving. So when you are thinking of those points, now simultaneously as you think, don't think of, see the thing is like we all are human beings, we all have got limited energies. So technically we cannot solve world hunger problem, we cannot solve all major things. So we need to think only 1, 2, at the max 3 pinpoint problems that we really think can solve. But while we do that, we need to be cognizant of who exactly is my customer. Okay, so like for example, if we take example of like, people are looking in for, we can take example of like, who my particular customer is, it will be different for both B2B and B2C. So technically if I take again example of NVIDIA, I am working on chips and my chips will be used by all data centers. So now in that case, what I need to understand is like, what is the data center business? What exactly my customers, like who are my customer segments in my customer segment, who are my customers? These customers persona, you need to understand that I am talking about a CTO, who is working on this kind of a product. Your main customer would be the procurement guy. So I'm thinking of a person who's 40 years of age or 30 years of age with this much years of experience, who understands electronics, who is looking for this kind of GPUs, who's looking for this. That is how you look for your customer persona, customer segment who's going to buy it. If you're thinking about, kind of a, what I call, say, a smartwatch. So then in that case, you need to see that, what kind of segment people are going to put it on more. Either it has to be somebody, probably who has faced a medical situation, or probably people those are healthy kind of a diet. So what is it? What is it that I'm going to tell them? What is it? So what exactly are the features that they're looking for? When you look for the younger generation, they will be more into that, what kind of calories have they burnt? What number of steps have they done? Can there be challenges among them, like, walkathon as you see in Samsung and so on and so forth. But when you are looking in people, those who are above 35 or probably people in their 50s, their things will be, does the watch have ECG feature in it? Is the watch also talking about heart rate? Is it also calculating SpO2? So now from the perspective, the product is the same. But how people are going to use it and for what parameter people are going to use is going to be different. And accordingly it can be priced. So now if you say that, when I'm thinking about a problem, my problem is an older person in my family has to go for a medical checkup in every few days, and I have to see that that person's that heart rate has to be perfect all through. Now through my app, can I actually generate a report? And for that report, can I additionally ask another $5, $10 kind of a thing, which will be auto-generated at a set frequency. So now this again gives me a feature or opportunity to design a feature through which I can make money. So technically what you need to do is, you need to understand what exactly is the problem that you really want to solve, and then understand what is this persona. A friend of mine, he used to tell me always कि आप जब कोई भी बिजनेस कर रहे हो, आप कस्टमर सेगमेंट अपना आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हो, आप ये देखो कि मैं उसके लिए कितना ईज से काम कर रहा हूँ और मैं उसकी जेब से कितने पैसे निकाल सकता हूँ. So technically that is what this is. So if you have started working on your problem statements and looking at your customer segments, are you facing any challenge? Are you able to implement what I have said right now, or are you facing any challenge in that? Well, let's keep this interactive. So technically, for sake of the language, I'll once again tell you that आपने 100 बार सुना होगा शार्क टैंक में या बाकी सारी जगहों पे कि आप मुझे ये मत बताओ आप क्या कर रहे हो, आप मुझे ये बताओ प्रॉब्लम क्या सॉल्व कर रहे हो. वो प्रॉब्लम किसी इंसान को होगी. वो इंसान क्या करता है? वो किसी कंपनी में काम करता है जो आपको कंपनी का ऑर्डर दे सकता है, या वो इंसान खुद अपने लिए कोई प्रोडक्ट सोच रहा है. तो वो मेरा कस्टमर सेगमेंट है. तो अगर आप बोल रहे हैं कि भाई मैं कोई प्रोडक्ट बना रहा हूँ, तो आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स क्या हैं प्रोडक्ट की, और वो कस्टमर सेगमेंट कौन है जिससे मैं ये ले सकता हूँ. तो मैं ये पता होना चाहिए, उसके पर्सोनास पता होने चाहिए. कि जैसे मैं आपको एग्जांपल दे रहा था, इट वाज एनवीडिया. सो इन एनवीडिया आई एम लुकिंग फॉर समबडी हु इज CTO, हेड ऑफ R&D, बट द मेन इंपॉर्टेंट गाय वुड बी द पर्सन हु ऑर्डर्स फॉर प्रोक्योरमेंट. तो उनके दिमाग में क्या चलता है, उनको वो किस टाइप की डील्स देखते हैं, तो मैं अपनी डील्स कैसे बनाऊँ, उनका प्रॉब्लम मैं कैसे सॉल्व करूँ. दैट इज़ हाउ यू हैव टू लुक एट इट. सो नाउ can I get 1 or 2 volunteers who have filled in their problem statement or facing any problem while writing their problem statement or identifying their customer segments? Are we there? So I see you writing, so would you please share what is it that you were working on and what exactly is the problem statement?
So mostly we are working on a AI product. It's a legal tech services. So like so we are solving and giving a AI powered legal draft for lawyers and to their clients as well. So like my problem statements are, legal research is slow and time taking. The references sources are so costly, like mostly they refer from Manapatra and SSC, the Supreme Court cases. So which cost them like around 80,000 to 1 lakh per year. So we are giving them a free. And the third, the lawyers spend a lot of hours on drafting and reviewing the cases. And the fourth point is that less opportunity for beginners and small advocates. So like we are helping them, like they can open a small tool there where they can directly take the cases. They're not dependent on the big advocates.
So see, this is a great idea. Now what you need to understand here is like when you are talking about, so you have given in 3 or 4 points for the problem thing. Now, you might have, for every problem point that you have, the thing is there needs to be a coherence. That, you know, it needs to drop down to one or two type of a lawyer only. So suppose I take that, you know, this can be a very good example for a person who is going for B2B business. So I am, say, Amarchand Mangalas law firm, Samvad Partners, or maybe somebody else. Now, in that case, I become your customer. I understand what it is. So now, what is happening is, when you are really working on this as a problem, what you need to understand first is like, is drafting a really problem? And what exactly are they looking when they work in the draft? So once you start listing on these things, you need to go to these organizations. You need to check with them that, hey, this is what it is. This is what it time takes. You also need to be understanding this, you know, currently how are they paying it? I was actually talking to one of the investors in a company, and I told him about a very interesting AI feature. And he tells me, Sriram, how are you going to price it? So I told him the thing is, currently they spend almost like, 80, probably 100 rupees, if we take for an example. While I can actually do it at 20 rupees. I'm not going to pass on that benefit to them, but I would say, like, at the moment I can give you at 80 rupees. So in that way, there is an economic advantage that you're bringing in. In that way, there is a convenience that you're bringing in. So you need to be articulate about in terms of who's your customer segment, in your case the law firms, and in that law firms exactly it is required, like, what exactly is the advantage that they are going to do. So in that case, you should be able to understand and talk to them with your customer segment that if I'm going to talk to a partner in a law firm, can I tell them that your life cycle of doing a case will fast start if your drafting can be done in so many days rather than in few hours rather than waiting for so many days. There are these kind of guidelines are you following in? Are you also providing cross-referencing? So basis on these features, you can also understand that whether whatever problem areas that you have identified, they are willing to pay for all of them. And if you think that this customer segment, which is in your case the law companies, if they are not able to match in for all those things, probably you can drop one or two ideas, start from that, where which they are ready to pay, and then start working on it. So if we take another example for this, if I take example of a very vast product, in that case is Amazon. So when you think Amazon would be filling in this kind of a lean canvas, so for every product that they have, for Alexa they might have a similar kind of a lean canvas that I am looking for, people those who are really willing to hear more of the music, control old people, those who are actually working in terms of controlling their electricities or switch on who cannot work on. So basis on that, they will identify that who are their customers, and for that customer segment, they will start working on. So problem, and that for particular problem, you need to understand what is that customer segment, and for that customer segment, it has to match 1:1. Am I clear now? I'll quickly show you the slides also. So this is what it is, that that every customer segment you plan or you want to serve will face certain kind of problems for which they need a solution. And in this section, we try to identify top 3 problems from the customer segment that it is experiencing. And we need to remember very clearly that there is no real product at the moment. So there is a product that, so this has to be way too early. So when you don't have to really create a product before you validate your problem statement, and your problem statement has to be validated along with your customer segment. Customer segment is the group of people who are a common pool of people facing same kind of a problem. It has to be repeatable. Like in your example of law companies, there are a plethora of law companies. If one particular law company is facing that problem, most of the law companies will be facing that problem. So it becomes repeatability. So in that way, you need to have a bigger customer segment having one single problem. So when you go to any venture capitalist for the very first time, he will ask you that, I want to see more of the less. What does that mean? One small problem, but everyone is facing that. If you can do that, then you are a person of my interest. So see small customer segment in a way that, that I am sure this is one problem, but a plenty of people have it. So in that case, the coverage of customer segment has to be bigger. and very validated points in terms of problem. Now once that is done, what next we need to do is we again go back to our lean canvas. So once we have filled this, our problem and customer segment, what do you think would be the next thing that we would like to fill? Anybody? No wrong answers. मैंने तो सिर्फ ये बताया कि भाई मैं कैसे भरता हूँ ताकि मेरा काम आसानी से हो जाए, मुझे जब भी पैसे लेने हो, तो मैं सिर्फ वो बता रहा हूँ कि मेरे लिए कि अच्छे से काम करता है, वो मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर रहा हूँ. तो जैसे मैंने पहले बोला कि मैं प्रॉब्लम और कस्टमर सेगमेंट को मैच करता हूँ और वहाँ से 1:1 देखता हूँ. अब उसके बाद क्या करना चाहिए? What should be the next thing that we should work on? A customer segment and problem will go hand in hand. So that is done. My problem, I am writing my problem, I am checking with customer, checking with my customer, I am writing my problem statement. So my 1 and 2 are done. Absolutely. Now what are the next things that you think should be filled? Solution, okay. So when we are working on solution, so what will be some other volunteer in the room, somebody just who has filled in their problem statement and all, I just wanted to check their minds. Ma'am, can I ask you? I'm asking you. So are you filling? Okay, so ma'am, so what is your problem statement, your customer segment, and how are you looking at the solution, if you can tell me?
मेरा प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट है कि 60% ऑफ नियोनेट्स जो है वो सफ़र फ्रॉम जॉन्डिस विच लीड्स टू मोर देन 30% NICU's एडमिशन and brain damage. And second problem is current method can cause anemia in babies. So this is the problem.
ठीक है, तो अभी आपने जैसे ये प्रॉब्लम मुझे बताया, तो इस प्रॉब्लम के लिए आपका कस्टमर सेगमेंट क्या रहेगा? What is your customer segment? Who's your customer? आपने क्या सोचा इसके बारे में?
जो PHCs और CHCH जो प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल और डायग्नोस्टिक प्लेसेस हैं, जो आशा वर्कर्स हैं, वो सब हमारे कस्टमर सेगमेंट्स हो सकते हैं.
Okay, so that is actually a very, आपने जो सोचा एकदम बिल्कुल में, that is a problem. So technically what is she saying, that the newborns are actually born with jaundice, and with that, with the current treatment, they may also face a problem of anemia, and that is where you need to take special care of those things. So what is your solution? How are you going to work on it?
सॉल्यूशन जो हमने बनाया है हमारी कंपनी की तरफ से, श्योरचेक हेल्थ केयर की तरफ से जो हमने प्रोडक्ट बनाया है, उसमें बेबीज़ का जो ब्लड लिया जाता है सैंपल, वो बहुत कम लिया जाता है, 1 ड्रॉप ऑफ ब्लड, जो काफ़ी हेल्पफुल है. तो बेबीज़ को एनीमिया होने का खतरा बहुत कम है. एंड सेकेंड, वो बहुत जल्दी रिजल्ट भी दे देता है इन 30 सेकेंड्स.
नहीं, तो मुझे ये बताइए, जब सॉल्यूशन पे काम कर रहे थे तो आप कैसे आए सॉल्यूशन पे काम करने? व्हाट वाज योर अप्रोच टू अराइव ऑन सॉल्यूशन? You saw a problem. Please.
So when we were interacting with doctors, we first look at the alternatives, existing alternatives were there. So there were 2 methods. They were doing a blood test, which takes around 3 to 4 hours to get the results, and it requires a large amount of blood to be drawn. Second was handheld monitors, which are again limited. In low resource setting, they are not available because they are expensive. One device cost around 5 lakh rupees. And the second problem was, it is not, the accuracy was less in Indian skin tones because it was not invasive, non-invasive. So skin tone was a barrier where the results were not accurate. So what we did was, we are doing a minimal invasive detection.
So I'll come to that. So are you paying attention to this right now? What are they doing? So they are actually taking the blood samples, and they spoke that when the existing things were there, existing things, if you can repeat, you were cheaper than the other solutions.
Yes.
You were cheaper than the other solutions. So technically what I'm trying to do here is, next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to fill in these 3 blocks. These 3 blocks will go hand in hand.
Yes.
If you see what this lady is saying, ma'am, your name?
Rishika.
So what Rishika ma'am is saying, कि जब उन्होंने solution बनाया, when they were working, so it was cheaper. The other were costing you somewhere around 5 lakh rupees. Secondly, they also saw that they are only taking 1 drop of blood, okay, which is less painful. अब क्या होगा कि जैसे when you talk about in terms of parents or mother, your mother especially, when you are drawing in blood from a newborn, they might have quite a lot of hesitations. कि अभी तो बच्चे पैदा हुआ, इसके blood ही कितना है, इसको मैं कहाँ से दे दूँ करके, कहाँ से कितना करूँ. So now from that perspective, what they try to do is, they created a solution. While they were working on that solution, what they started to do is unique value proposition. We are going to be cheaper. We are going to calculate this feature. So technically, what are you doing to do? If you have seen any tech product for that matter, what they usually do is, like if I'm coming with an AI platform, madam, you can sit now, please. I'll come back to you. So if you're thinking about any tech product, maybe in your case as a legal thing, or maybe some other product, technically what you do is you actually prepare a table. You understand, you write what are my competitor products today, what are those features for which a customer is coming and willing to pay money, and then basis that you try to understand how I can do something which is the same or even better, right? So technically you're writing a solution, at the same time you're trying to understand what is your unique value proposition, because unless you have a uniqueness, like in their case it's cheaper, in their case it's just single drop of blood, so they are trying to create something which is unique. But at the same time, who you also need to think is, what is unfair advantage? So is there somebody who can tell me what is unfair advantage? Anybody? So you're technically saying that something that you can do and others can't. So any investor would like to put in money in your company. When you have an unfair advantage, you create a moat. So technically you are creating a deep trench that people cannot cross. By the time they come there, you are already on a next problem. So if we take examples of AMD, Dell, or any scientific company for that matter, what they keep on doing? Thermo Fisher, Tesla, they keep on filing patents. Why are they filing so many patents? The idea is to legally stop competitors to create similar kind of a product, right? So from that perspective, what you need to do is you need to see what is an unfair advantage. I was talking to one Korean company some time back. So I was advisor to Korean startups in India. So I was talking to one Korean company and I asked them that, what is your unfair advantage, what you have done? So what they did is, like, before even coming to India, they already signed. So Korea is very well known for their beauty products. Like we see pawn shops in every nook and corner in India. In the same way, in every nook and corner in South Korea, you will find beauty product shops. And that company which wanted to come in India, they identified one of the company which has got the largest chain. They invited them through a special contact to Korea and signed an exclusive deal with them. So the day they come, the day they came here, they already had the complete retail distribution the day they entered India. Now any other Korean product or any other beauty product, if they want to come as a startup, will not get this as an opportunity. So what they actually did was they created a complete unfair advantage that somebody really cannot beat them. So in that perspective, what you need to do is, if I get some insider information, some information with the experts or the consultants that what is going to happen in that area, if I can think of that, if I can probably file patents, if I can do some exclusive rights, that will really stop. Or maybe in your case, if I can identify which is the largest private chain of hospitals and sign an exclusive deal with them, that my next 3 products will be only with you, but you don't go with somebody else, that seals the deal. So when you're working on your solution, you need to compare that what exactly your competitors are doing, because that will also help you to understand, why are they making money, what features are working for them, and basis that you will be able to create a better solution or a bigger solution, and then you understand what's your unique value propositions, and then parallelly work on your unfair advantage. And it's not just you. So when I started my career as an engineer in the area of automotive and heavy engineering, what we used to do is, there is a term called benchmarking. So in benchmarking, what we used to do is, we used to tear down all competitor products, remove them layer by layer, slice by slice, understand what is this engine doing, how many horsepower, what kind of torque, why is this design better than that design, what can be done, how it can be done, so on and so forth. So when you sit on that kind of an information, you are able to understand and create a better value proposition for the customer. if customer is able to understand that your product for a same price or a lesser price is giving me more value, they will come to you. So that is what you have to create, and that can be only done with a concrete solution, and your solution will be only concrete when you compare yourself with others and have your unique value proposition very clearly written out and have an unfair advantage. Please understand this. Please understand this. Especially in this case, when we talk about startups, a lot of people, when we say that, what is your unfair advantage? People say, I have a team, which is an unfair advantage. Your team is not your unfair advantage. आपकी टीम कभी भी आपके unfair advantage नहीं होती है. आपको अगर किसी लोगों को आप तनख्वाह पे रख के हायर कर सकते हैं, if they can work for you, in the same way what will happen, somebody will pay them more. वो कल को वहाँ चले जाएंगे. तो आपकी टीम कभी भी आपके unfair advantage नहीं होगी. एक्सक्लूसिव राइट्स होंगे, पेटेंट्स होंगे, ऐसी कोई भी चीज़ होगी, इनसाइडर मार्केट इन्फॉर्मेशन होगी, या फिर ऐसा कोई डील होगा कि जो आप देख रहे हो कि विच इज़ ओवरसीज डील, मे बी समथिंग ऑफ विच कैन वर्क आउट फॉर यू. So that you have to understand which is your unfair advantage, and this happens in all B2B, B2C existing businesses too. I have a friend who has a very big paper company who also is into area of sugarcane. So now what he realized, and I'm talking almost like 6-7 years back. So he understand that there was some consumption of ethanol required in some fashion, and he was actually pouring out ethanol long back, 8-9 years back, जब हमने petrol सोचा भी नहीं था as an option. He realized there is one company in Brazil which is going to pay them 3 times the market. उसने यहाँ से शिप करना शुरू कर दिया. तो आपके पास या तो ऐसे उसके साथ में एक्सक्लूसिव डील साइन करके. So in that way you need to understand that even if tomorrow somebody is coming in, you have that exclusivity maintained in some fashion that allows you to go, but does not allow your competitors to pass through. That is what is this thing. So I'll quickly walk you through the definitions also here. Solution. This is about discovering the right solution for your customer problem and finding, means it should be like, people should feel about, I have got a golden egg. मेरे को ये प्रॉब्लम थी, इसने पूरी तरीके से सॉल्व कर दिया. सो फॉर एवरी प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट दैट यू क्रिएटेड, दैट यू हैव रिटन 1, 2 or 3, डोंट गो बियॉन्ड दैट. इफ यू आर अ स्टार्टअप, डोंट डू, बिकॉज यू ऑल्सो नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड आपके पास बहुत लिमिटेड एनर्जी है, आपके पास में बहुत लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज हैं, आपके पास में बहुत लिमिटेड पैसा है. सो इफ यू राइट 7 प्रॉब्लम, 10 प्रॉब्लम, 20 प्रॉब्लम्स, इट विल, यू हैव टू स्पेंड मनी इन ईच ऑफ दोज. आप किसी भी एक प्रॉब्लम को पूरी तरह सॉल्व नहीं कर पाएंगे. तब आपको क्या करना है, यू हैव टू थिंक ओनली ऑफ 1 or 2 प्रॉब्लम्स. उसको वैलिडेट करें कस्टमर्स के साथ में, उसके सेगमेंट में अंडरस्टैंड करें उसके लिए कितना पैसा दे सकता है. जब वो आपको समझ में आ जाए कि दिस इज अ गुड मनी फॉर दिस गुड प्रॉब्लम, देन स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन सॉल्यूशन. बट व्हेन यू आर वर्किंग ऑन सॉल्यूशन, व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज योर यूनिक वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन, दैट हाउ यू आर बेटर, एंड देन एट द सेम टाइम सी हाउ यू कैन सेफगार्ड योरसेल्फ. तो ये आपने पूरा ऊपर का फर्स्ट टॉप बॉक्स कर लिया. And herein, that is where they feel that they are completely fine. It is a lean approach, and they are willing to take up the solution. That is what is the definition of solution. Unique value proposition, that how you are. So, as it says that this is the heart of lean canvas. This is the most important part. This is the heart of the lean canvas, that how you are better placed than anybody else. So this is that part, and then what we further discuss is your unfair advantage, what you have and what others cannot offer. Is it clear? आप में से किसी को ये प्रॉब्लम है कि भाई मेरा ये बिजनेस है, मुझे बताओ कि मेरा यूनिक वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन कैसे करूँ, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा, या मेरा अनफेयर एडवांटेज क्या हो सकता है, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा. डू यू हैव एनी, इज देयर एनीबडी देयर? यू वांट टू आस्क, समबडी वांट टू आस्क? फील फ्री. ये मैम.
अनफेयर एडवर्टाइजिंग से बारे में बात करना है मुझे, क्योंकि वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग अ फूड प्रोडक्ट. Like sometimes we see lack of nutrients in babies, like more than 5 years age. Anemia is most of the problem, but still we don't get any iron or folate rich food which can be fulfill the nutrient requirements what the people want, but we are taking supplements like iron हो गया, folic हो गया, any kind, but sometimes iron folic acid में क्या होता है, हमको side effects में itching हो गया या फिर ऐसा कुछ side effects दिखाई देता है. अगर हम food supplement से उसका कुछ fulfill कर सकते हैं, especially for the kids above 5 years to till 18-20 years. So food products market में बहुत है, हम भी बना रहे हैं, तो what will be our unfair advantage, so can we show it to our investors?
See, one of my friend, he runs a company which is a QSR. QSR is like, quick retail, small retail chains which are there. Let's say you have vada pav joints or something like that. And he's building up a variety of things in across. He makes almost like close to $4 million. The place where he puts in a lot of money is to hire the right talent who's coming from, who comes from an area of chemistry, who understands food and chemistry both. So he pays them the most of the money, because what would be that thing to work on, do an analysis that, which is tastier also to consume, but at the same time it is, quite a lot rich on nutrients. So now from that perspective, you need to understand and hire best talent so that you can file patents, you can file chemical components. Like for example, if you see, there was a big problem. If you see, like for example, Pringle, the potato chips, the chips that we see, the wafer, you'll be surprised that the shape of it is actually created by design, and the chemical, the taste that we get is actually because of the chemical components that it has, and it has been patented. So just to ensure that nobody comes with the same curvature of wafers, just to ensure that nobody comes with the same kind of a flavor from that perspective. So in the same, what needs to be done is, in your area, you need to work with some food experts who can really help you to create those kind of patents, if not in India, overseas. Okay, so patent law, so probably what can be done is, like, while you work on patents, get an Indian patent but immediately work overseas. Take those licenses and then start working on. So those will be the places which will really help. If I were in food business, I'll try to work on that so that people do not immediately copy. And because what also matters in this area, specifically when you're talking about the things which are going to help you in the health, it's not just health in India, it's also the taste. If it is certain amount of ingredients going here and there, and if that taste and that perfect spot that you wanted to create, that it is giving both nutrition and taste, if that has been logged by you, people can only play a little bit here and there, they cannot replicate your stuff. So that, if I were in a business of yours, that is how I would think of creating my unfair advantage. That would be my step number one. Once that is established, then how to get into a retail chain, which will really help me to get pan-India access for that kind of a product. But before that, you need to really understand that what you are saying, there is pan-India network of the same problem where it can be repeated. Okay. So now, if we, is there somebody else who has questions in this area? So we'll go back. So now we are quite I understand, I'm assuming, I'm presuming कि अभी तक मैंने जो भी कहा आप लोगों को समझ में आया, अपनी शीट्स भर रहे हैं, और आपको अगर कोई दिक्कत होगी तो आप मुझे रोकेंगे वहाँ पे. तो अभी तक हमने ये समझ लिया कि एक प्रॉब्लम होती है, और प्रॉब्लम जो होती है, वी एक्चुअली आइडेंटिफाई एंड सील इट अप while we are working with our customers, and we understand that there is a problem that they want to solve and they're willing to pay money for it. जब वो हो गया तो उसके बाद मैं आता हूँ सॉल्यूशंस पे, और जब सॉल्यूशन में कर रहा हूँ काम, तो यूनिक वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन, अनफेयर एडवांटेज. सो आई एम एब्सोल्युटली क्लियर. ठीक है, उसके बाद में क्या आता है, द नेक्स्ट थिंग इज somebody want to tell me that what would we think of really filling the next block? Sorry, cost structure नहीं, ठीक है. Somebody else? No wrong answers. मैं सिर्फ बता रहा हूँ मैं क्या भरता हूँ, तो आपको जो सीक्वेंस ठीक लगे आप भर सकते हैं. मैं क्या भरता हूँ, मैं वो सीक्वेंस बता रहा हूँ, तो हो सकता है कुछ लोग कॉस्ट भी भरते हो. Is there somebody else, some other idea? Sorry? See, early adopters are actually part of your customer segment. जब अपना कस्टमर सेगमेंट बना रहे हो तब दिमाग में रखो कि अर्ली अडॉप्टर्स कौन होंगे, वो अलग से कोई सेगमेंट नहीं है। जब कस्टमर सेगमेंट फिल कर रहे हो तब आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आपके अर्ली अडॉप्टर्स कौन हैं, और जब आप प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट फिल कर रहे हो तब आपको पता होना चाहिए कि एग्जिस्टिंग ऑल्टरनेटिव्स क्या हैं। जब तक आपको ये नहीं पता हो तब तक आप आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते, है ना। तो अब अगर मुझे भरना होगा तो मैं क्या करूँगा, जब ये इतना सब कुछ हो गया, नाउ आई हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड चैनल्स। अब लोग, सो नॉट टेक्निकली देयर इज अ डेफिनेशन ऑफ चैनल. What people usually say is like, channel is the medium through which I communicate to my customer. पर मेरा ये personally मानना है कि if I'm only talking about the medium through which I'm talking to my customer, that's very limiting. That's really not telling me exactly कि मुझे पूरी nerves नहीं पता समझ में आएगी. I'll not be able to control the entire situation. So what are we trying to do here is, what we'll do is the definition of channel will be slightly elaborated. Channel is every medium through which I can connect my stakeholder. Who's my stakeholder? I'll go with the definition of project management. Anybody who is positively or negatively impacted with my product is my stakeholder. Okay, so now in that case, positive and negatively means any person from whom I am actually taking, so if I'm manufacturing certain thing, I need to really understand who are the people who are supplying me something. So I need to have a proper channel to communicate ki boss, if I'm manufacturing so and so and so thing, I require this things from you. So like for example, I am working with I'm advising a EV company. So in that EV company, electric vehicle, what they have to do is when they are manufacturing, उन्हें किसी को बताना पड़ता है कि भाई मुझे इतने चैसी के लिए इतना लोहे का फ्रेम चाहिए होगा, या C सेक्शन ऐसे चाहिए होंगे, या मुझे I सेक्शन ऐसे चाहिए होंगे, ऐसा ऐसा मेरा रिक्वायरमेंट है. So through what channel are they communicating, right? Similarly, so you could be for your product, it could be people those are providing you raw material for your product. It could be the problems through which you interact with your customers, or probably your vendors who are creating solution for your legal tech and whatnot. So you need to identify through which you are going to talk to them. Second thing is, how are you going to interact with your customer? Also, channels here will include, suppose you're working on a product, and suppose you're working in an area of space tech. Now for that area of space tech wherein you're working on, you really don't have that kind of a permission, or you don't have that kind of a things written in our existing policy. So in that case, one of the stakeholder would also be in space, or maybe a department of space, a department of technology, to whom you need to tell, hey, this is what we are working on, and we want a right policy or right kind of a thing. So you need to understand that for all your product, who are all your stakeholders, and at what frequency. मुझे कितने दिन में उनसे बात करनी है, कितने दिन में फॉलो अप करना है, कितने दिन पहले बताना है, कितने दिन में वो तैयार हो जाएंगे. मुझे ये सारी चीज़ें पता होनी चाहिए, और एक एस्टैब्लिश्ड तरीका होना चाहिए उनसे इंटरेक्ट करने का. When you have that ready, that is called channels. इसमें ये भी आ जाता है when you are talking about your supply chains, कि सामान कौन से वेयर हाउस में है, उस वेयर हाउस मेरे पास कितने दिन में आएगा, मुझे कितने दिन में इन्वॉइस भेजना है, कितने दिन से वहाँ से ट्रक चलेगा, या मेरा सामान यहाँ पे आएगा. Because we discuss two kind of products. One is where you are immediately serving a product and making money, or what you are doing is like the moment you take money, you give it to your supplier, the supplier gives you something, you start working on it, you make a complete product, you hand it over to them, right? So now from that perspective, आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि आपके channels क्या क्या हैं. Everything that may impact positively or negatively your business, how are you going to, in how many days you're going to talk to them, and you need to understand that how do you interact with them. That all is your channel. Now while you're working on this, अब आपने तो पता कर ही लिया, आपके दिमाग में आ गया कि these are all my stakeholders, right? When you have all that in mind, who are your stakeholders, at that point in time you also need to understand what are their key metrics. अब जैसे for example, if you book a vehicle or a car, they will say that it is 45 days delivery, or a 60-day delivery, or probably a 80-day delivery, or something of that sorts, right? You will not get it the day one until there is an extra stock kept in. तो अब आपने क्या किया होगा कि जैसे मुझे गाड़ी, अगर मैं इंजन असेंबली लाइन को देखता हूँ एक दिन में, तो एक शिफ्ट में लगभग 54 से 60 गाड़ियाँ बनती हैं, अराउंड 54 से 60, राइट? सो बट आई नीड ऑल काइंड ऑफ इनपुट्स फॉर ऑल दोज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. सो आई वुड हैव टोल्ड, एक मेरा वेंडर बहुत पास में रहता होगा, दैट कैन प्रोवाइड मी इंजन मे बी इन 1 or 2 days, इंजन के ब्लॉक्स. कोई और वेंडर होगा जो कि थोड़ी दूरी पे रहता होगा, उसको गियर बॉक्स मुझे पहुंचाने में 4 या 5 दिन लगेंगे। कोई और रहेगा जो मुझे मेटल के पार्ट्स देता है, जिसको शेप में ला के मेरे पास आने में और 7 से 8 दिन लगेंगे। तो सबके अलग अलग दिन होंगे, कुछ मुझे 5 दिन में दे सकते हैं, कुछ 10 दिन में दे सकते हैं, किसी को और थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। For your product, you might also have a marketing company, a vendor to work on marketing. They will say, boss, we'll need 15 to 20 days for that. So all those kind of things you need to put into metrics. That what are your key metrics? And your key metrics should also talk about that what will make you profitable. So what will make you profitable is also an important metric to know, and basis that profitable metric, you have to list all the key metrics with your all stakeholders. How you have to talk, when you have to talk, all those kind of things. So now that makes it clear to key metrics and channels. Is there any doubt here with key metrics and channels? देखिए actually क्या है कि I work very closely with investors. अगर I get some of the pitch decks which are coming back from here, और उसमें चीज़ें ढंग से नहीं हुई तो मैं entertain नहीं करूँगा। तो इसलिए आपके जो भी डाउट्स हैं हमें पूछ लीजिए मुझसे, ठीक है? बाद में नहीं मिलूँगा, फिर मैं दूसरी साइड पे हो जाऊँगा टेबल की, अभी आपके साइड पे, ठीक है? तो इफ़ यू हैव एनी डाउट्स हियर, प्लीज़ लेट मी नो। ये सर, प्लीज़।
So don't you think the building the community is a unfair advantage?
Anybody can build a community, no? So what if you are making community, company can also make an unfair advantage, right? Okay. Nobody's stopping, no? What is that community?
But still it's take time and patience, like building a good community. Everybody can't do that.
No, I don't agree to that, because anybody can make a community. Like for example, I'll tell you, when you specially talk about these companies like Meta, if you talk about Meta, so the founders of Meta are all CXOs. What they regularly do is they go to colleges, they build their communities, they try to understand what are they trying to do, because these guys will eventually become the owners of the product that Meta is supplying today. So that is where they go into places and all that stuff. Now if you see, there's so many communities, there are communities of lawyers, so many, if you go and search, there are already existing. Until and unless, as we said on the very first slide, कि लोग 2 बजे भी राम की बंडी पे क्यों जाते हैं? क्योंकि उसके जैसा टेस्ट नहीं मिलता 2 बजे। उसका टेस्ट बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत राइट दाम पे अवेलेबल है, और किसी को भी मिल सकता है, आप जरा सी देर में जाके इसे ले सकते हैं, राइट? फ्रॉम दैट परस्पेक्टिव, hot crispy dosas in no time, right? So from that perspective, that is the USP for which it is coming in. The moment people, you create a community also, but if they get to know in a cost sensitive market, they are getting better thing anywhere. कोई आपकी कम्युनिटी में लिख दिया, मैंने वो प्रोडक्ट देखा था वो ज़्यादा अच्छा है, पता चला आधे लोग यहाँ से वहाँ चले गए। तो कम्युनिटी, क्रिएटिंग कम्युनिटी is actually not a thing until unless there is some hook which is inbuilt, but it can never be an unfair advantage. Now coming to my question here is around, as we discussed that already, key metrics and channels. Is there somebody who has any kind of issue there? Okay. So we'll come to now the lower sections, which is cost structure and revenue. So technically what are we thinking here is like, please. Sorry.
So can you please repeat about the key metrics?
Okay, sure. तो अभी हमने क्या किया, पहले मैंने we identified all the channels, right? अब what is your business?
So we are doing the weather forecasting for the renewable energy companies as well as the agri sectors.
You're doing weather forecasting?
Yes.
Okay. So now when you are doing weather forecasting, you are working with sensors?
Yes.
How are you getting your data?
So we have our in-house automated weather stations as well as some of our, we are currently developing about the lightning detection sensors as well.
So you are buying sensors from somewhere, right?
So currently the IoT one, like the sensors, like the temperature, pressure, humidity, these sensors we are just
manufacturing in-house?
Outsourcing, but the in-house.
Outsourcing, right?
Yeah.
Right, you're outsourcing, right? So technically, now if I say that first I want to work on certain things, I want you to cover a geographical area, I am actually working in a area, suppose close to a shore, and I want to check to understand certain kind of weather parameters so that I can get into green energy. Now if I give you that as a product, now what will you do? You need to first understand from that perspective is like, you know, in every few days, how many days till I give you the product, you have to follow up with me. That is also a metric that will be of your sales metric. That, you know, to follow up on sales, internal pre-sales kind of a thing. Then your another metric will be that, you know, when you're giving them a solution, as whether there is a IT software for it. Do you have an existing one? If not, you might have a vendor who will make it. He might have their own time, or he or she might have their own time. Then you're talking about sensors from where you're buying in, the quantity, the quality and kind of stuff, right? And then in that case, you're creating complete list for all whom your product is completely dependent on. You identify all these stakeholders who are there. Now, when you have created that channel, for every that channel that you have, there is going to be some metrics. So suppose when you are talking in terms of the sensors that you are getting in, there will be a particular specification, this range to this range, this hertz to that hertz, that kind of a thing, right? Similarly, when you say about, like, you know, your customer told that, you know, we are not allowed to use Safari in our system, all your things should only work on this is in-house kind of a template. So you need to understand that. So now for everything that you have made written in your channel, you have to understand when you are giving this work to somebody or outsourcing it or taking help for somebody, how much time will that take? How much cost will that? How much will be the cost of that service or product? So these are all key important metrics that you identified all your stakeholders, and then you fill in all the requirements that how do you perform or how do you check their performance. That is your key metrics. Till now it is here. Okay, now we come to the next thing, which is the cost structure. Now when we come to cost structure, what we have to do is, like, you know, there is whatever product or whatever service you are creating, you need to technically break it into 3 areas. I technically do that. I break it into 3 areas: man, machine, material. It becomes super easy in that perspective. Man is all people costs that I have to take care of. Machine is the kind of processes, or I have to work on all this kind of stuff. That is the machines which will get into. Say if you're an IT company, you will buy computers and so on and so forth, or data center racks that you can buy on. So machines will come into that. And material is that a raw material that you're looking in, all this stuff. So try to put into these areas so that you ensure that every element that has been. And one interesting thing is, we are coming to the cost, writing the cost, because every interesting thing is, like, it has to be always the second last thing. Filling in cost has to be always the second last thing, because now you have got all the ideas. If you are filling in the way that I have told you, you already have the list of everything that you are doing in your company, and for every item that you are doing, there is a cost. Either you have to hire people, कोई काम करने के लिए आपको लोगों को hire करना पड़ेगा, या किसी को outsource करना पड़ेगा, या आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि उसे कैसे कर रहे हो टेक्निकली. तो आपको हर काम के लिए कोई ना कोई, आपने किसी को फुल टाइम लगा रखा और गेटिंग इट डन, तो आपको हर चीज़ की वहाँ पे एक कॉस्ट पता चल जाएगी. सो दैट इज़ व्हाट. और उसको कैसे, उसमें भी कोई गलती नहीं हो जाए, इसलिए आप उसको कैसे करोगे डिवाइड, मैन, मशीन एंड मटीरियल. आपने जब उसको उस तरीके से कर लिया, देन नेक्स्ट थिंग व्हाट यू गॉट टू डू इज, आप उसे ब्रेक करोगे मंथ ऑन मंथ के अंदर. अब जब उसे मंथ ऑन मंथ में, नाउ व्हेन यू आर डिवाइडिंग इट टू मंथ ऑन मंथ काइंड ऑफ अ थिंग, व्हाट यू हैव टू डू इज, you have to divide it, rather than saying it man, machine and material, now put it as capex and opex. What is capex? Capex is capital expenditure. If I am starting any business for the first time, so what is the money that is going to get into the business? मुझे कितना पैसा लगाना पड़ेगा अपने धंधे को शुरू करने के लिए? That all is my capital expenditure, one time expenditure. So suppose if I am starting an IT company with 40 people, so in that case my capex will be capital expenditure. So means capital expenditure is the space that I am probably buying or constructing or whatever it is, or the number of laptops that I'm going to buy to give it to my each people. Okay, so all those one-time expenditures which will happen is a capex. My employee salary month on month, my electricity bill month on month, my Google or Amazon cloud pay that I'm going to give month on month. All these kind of things are my OPEX. These are my operational expenditures. So when you make your financial sheet to be given to any investors and all that stuff, what you do is you divide it on a month basis, wherein you have actually put it into capex and opex. So because you have done all this homework so far, so it's very rare chance that you will actually miss on something in your cost expenditure, the cost structure. Now technically when you have done all this, जब आपके ये 8 ब्लॉक पूरे हो गए हैं, तब उसके बाद में आता है 9th block, which is your revenue stream. Till now, is it clear? Before we get into revenue stream, your question. So I can't hear you. So can you please pass mine?
So the cost structure you told, it is fine. So how it will help us to put in investor, like why the investor want to see this, and how we can elaborate this slide. I thought it is for us only.
नहीं देखो, actually ये है कि suppose I want to give you money. मैंने आपको 1 करोड़ दिया, ठीक है, for example. तो मैं आपको 1 करोड़ क्यों दे रहा हूँ? मैं उसे बैंक में डाल देता हूँ पैसे, या फिर मैं ज़मीन खरीद लेता हूँ. Why would I give you for all that perspective? So the thing is, you go to investors because you understand that at this point in time, you don't have other resources to feed you in so that your business runs for a longer tenure. So as a owner who's giving you money, would always like to have that transparency to understand where that money is being distributed. Now, if you have that money multiplying machine with you, the way you're working, that if you have invested 1 crore and with your operation expenditures and all the way you're managing your business or your operational excellence, you're able to make that 1 crore 2 crores. Then in that case, I need to really understand that how that money is getting multiplied. I need to get that understanding. If I get that trust and faith, that is where I, looking at your confidence, I'm going to write a check, or maybe somebody is going to write you a check. So this helps you in 2 perspectives. One is it brings in clarity for you. You really understand where your each penny is getting spent. And when you are able to do that, and when you are discussing with an investor will come from, see, as I told you, investor will not understand complete business. But investor will say, मैं 1 करोड़ नहीं दे रहा, 50 लाख ही दूँ. So then you should be able to tell कि बस ये 50 लाख में इतना काम हो ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि कॉस्ट यहाँ ऐसे जा रही है, ये ऐसे जा रहा है. So that helps you to be better prepared. So from that perspective, it helps you both in terms of understanding your business, where your each penny is getting spent. At the same time, it is telling you that how that your money machine has been made, where what is getting into input and your output is your revenue stream. Okay.
So one last question, like so we should show only 1 year or 5-year plan?
See, it actually depends on, some people will ask for, see, technically, if you're an early stage startup, nobody really cares for 5 years. I am really trying to understand that in next 2 to 3 years, what are you going to do? So for an early stage startup, I really don't think that you require beyond 3 years. If you're a very early stage startup. If you're a later stage startup, which has really gotten some traction of money, which is doing on its own, which is capable, revenue capable at this moment, self-sustaining, there I would ask, yeah, what are you planning to do in next 5 years? And I would also understand that what product, what features are coming in, what are the geographies you're trying to expand, how your cost structure is also expanding. Because technically what will happen if you're a small company and now you want to grow, you will probably hire more marketing people. Your cost will increase, but it will not be in the beginning of the year. If you're hiring people in September, it should show in September. Okay, so in that way you have to see that when those costs are coming, you're putting it at the right point in time. So you get your clarity. If unless you don't have clarity, how would you explain an investor, right?
So if we have a 2 to 3 lakh revenue per month, then what you suggest, like how many years we should show?
See, I really don't know 2 to 3 lakhs rupee revenue which is coming in right now. It was coming on what kind of investments? Have you already sales? Have you reached the break-even point, or how far are you away from your break-even point? That I don't know yet. So until I sit, it will be difficult to tell. Okay. So now the next thing, the last block that we are discussing now is revenue streams. So technically, revenue stream is how are you going to monetize your product or your service. So any investor will invest in you if you have more number of revenue streams. The more the streams, the merrier it is. So like for example, the very best example that I understand or that I feel is Amazon. So now Amazon Prime subscription. Now what happens is, like, you technically, if you see revenue streams of Amazon, if you take Prime membership till few months back it was like you could get free movies, you could get free music, you could get deliveries in just 1 day or 2 days, all those kind of advantages over there. But what they did, they created one more section that to make you feel premium also, they're charging you money. So the subscription becomes one point, a method of making money. Technically what it is a platform where people are selling a product. So if they sell their own product, they get almost like 100% of profit, that's whatever they make. If they are selling your product, they'll take 30% of commission. So that is, one thing is like, through subscriptions I am making money. Number two, if you are selling your product on my platform, I am taking money. If I'm selling my product, I am also making money. So from that perspective, the more number of revenue streams that you could create from a product, it will help you. So it need not be like that you are creating so many products, so many varieties and this and that, but what you could do is like, with this features of blah, 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 if you want something additional, you pay me more. Or you pay me one-time subscription, I bring down your rates in some fashion. So why investors, they look for more number of revenue stream is, the thing is like, if something does not work out, there is, with the same product, there is a different way to monetize it. So keeping that in mind, it really helps to have a more number of revenue streams so that it keeps your business afloat. Okay, so technically this is what is a lean canvas. And another interesting thing about lean canvas is, if you come to this slide, is if I divide the sheet from exactly halves from the center, keeping it vertical, your left part of the screen is actually talking about the things which should be there in your product or service. You cannot miss any of it if you really want to make it a great product or a great service. And when you are talking about market, the other half, the right side of the entire screen is required. Now you please understand here, unless you have unique value proposition clearly coming out, neither you can make a good product nor you can sell it. So when you are actually working on a product, creating a solution, if you don't have a unique proposition there, you will not be either able to create a good product at the same time to sell it. Okay, so when you are able to do this, probably, when you are a new startup, if you are able to do this 4 times, 5 times, this will give you a really laser sharp focus, what I am doing it, why I am doing it, what kind of resources, what is important to me, what is not important to me, all those kind of stuff, and it becomes very clear for you. That is the place wherein you have that clarity, and when you go with that, with any investor, you will be able to raise that money. It's not difficult. They are just judging you on how confident you are about your plan, what kind of clarity of thoughts you have, and if you are able to put it in a right storytelling fashion so that they really understand. You could have a lot of things, but if you are not able to narrate it properly, you will never get that check. So understand it from that perspective, and this is what is a lean canvas. When you make all of these as one slides on your deck, and then add 2 more, that what is your team size and how big is the market, if you are able to sell or tell a convincing story, I can assure you, you have the money. Okay, so keep working on it. There have been early stage startups of engineers, young engineers, who did this event, this kind of a tool almost like 5 times or 6 times, and they have been able to raise, while they are in their college, only somewhere around 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs in Hyderabad. So, आप आराम से, because there is so much money in the market, आप आराम से 1 करोड़ तक भी रेस कर सकते हो, अगर आप के पास में क्लैरिटी ऑफ थॉट है कि आप क्या कर रहे हो, कैसे कर रहे हो, और ये टूल आपकी मदद करेगा. आपने 4 या 5 बार इसे कर लिया अच्छे से, फिर आपको फंड रेस करने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता, क्योंकि अब आपके दिमाग में एकदम क्लियर प्लान है कि आप क्या कर रहे हो, क्यों कर रहे हो, और आपका पूरा बिजनेस कैसे चलेगा. ठीक है. सो विद दैट आई विल say that we are done with the workshop, but if you have any questions, I am available. Yeah.
So in cost structure, I want to ask something.
Please.
So what should be the profit margin percentage for a channel partner for any kind of electrical or electronic appliances?
Yeah, actually it, see the thing is like, I really don't know what that business is. And how, see, if I were sitting on the other side and if I am providing you that component and I understand, well, it's very crucial, without that your business will not happen. I'll say, boss, I want 90% if I'm only a provider. And if I know that, hey, that, when you know that there are 100 other people like me, I'll settle for 2% or so, 3% also, right? So it depends on how important that component is and who are all the people, those who can provide you that kind of thing. So there is no set thing that, this has to be 5%, 10%, all those kind of things. Typically what happens is, like, when you are, depending on which industry you are and what it is catering to, there are set percentages. Like, for example, when you are working in apparel industry, you would say that, okay, it is 45 to 60% as a margin. If you're talking in consulting industry, anywhere it is going to be 55% as a margin. So there are these set things. If you're in automotive in India, it is around 15 to 20% of margin. So it depends on that industry too. So you need to understand which industry that does your product belong to and how vital that product is for you. Okay, without that, getting an answer is difficult.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Actually, we are a medtech startup developing screening devices for early detection of cancer. My question is, for screening devices targeting public health, how startups should design the revenue model? Because here societal impact is involved rather than profit.
See, that's an interesting question. See, first of all, when you are especially in the area of healthcare, you need to take special approvals, and there are a lot of regulations which come into the picture. So, have you crossed those stages, or you are still there?
We are about to enter the regulatory stage.
So
we are applying that.
So the moment you get all your regulatory, this thing, what you call approvals, then there are two methods to approve it, to get them. As like, one is to tap on the CSR, okay, either to do with CSRs, and otherwise it is through if you can influence public policy schemes through governments. So government have a variety of schemes, so there are two logics here in schemes. Logic one is government will have some kind of grants available if you already have all regulatory compliances done, so they can give you some money.
But the grants are not sufficient.
But see, the thing is, like, grants alone in India, see, the thing is, like, there are a variety of, it is not India problem, like cancer is all over the world, right? And if you have got approvals, you can get in grants from overseas also. I'll give you one example. A friend of mine, he was in the area of hydroponics. You know what is hydroponics?
Yes, sir.
So in hydroponics, you have a room in which you grow the plants. So now there is a chemical company in Germany which really wanted to understand should they get into hydroponics or not. So just to understand that what they are doing and how they are doing, they gave them a grant of $1 million. And after that, the chemical industry felt that no, we don't want to get into hydroponics, but just by putting in $1 million. So in the same way, there are a variety of companies all across the globe which may have $1 million, $5 million, $10 million to be given in grant in certain areas. So with ChatGPTs or Claude and all that stuff, you can identify what are those companies which have categorized or reserved CSR funds for this. That is another thing. So grants, CSR. Third thing is like how you can influence public policy. If you are able to, that is where the institutions come into the place. So if you are aligned to a very good AIC, and if you have recommendations from there, and can you influence the local health ministry, if they can enable some government hospital orders to you, or maybe something else. So those could be done. I'll give you one more example. That is this company called Skyroot. Have you heard of it? They're SpaceX of India. They are the rocket launching company of India. Now when they were getting started, they also were a part of T-Hub. And with T-Hub and with, there is another department called RICH which sits there. They helped them to enable get an initial grant of few crores from DST, Department of Science and Technology. Before that, in history of India, there was no private launching company. And before that, in history of India, DST had never given more than 3 crores or 4 crore rupees to any such company. And that too to a startup. So possibilities are there. Once you have got your approvals for your product, you can explore all these things wherein you can make money or make revenue.
Sir, but do you think investors are little hesitant to invest in health tech because the roadmap is little longer?
Ma'am, actually the field is such that when you're specifically talking about physical products which are there in healthcare or even for the drugs, it takes a lot of time. So until unless anybody sees that there is going to be return on money, nobody actually invests. So that is, means it could be, so it is not just the healthcare which suffers with this thing, there are other industries too. Like for example, means, you know, if you see, if I want to really do, like, we all know India can do massively well if we get into graphene. Okay, means graphene is a thin fiber, very thin fabric of carbon which is generated from graphite. If you are able to crack that, we will become world's #1 GDP in no time. India will become one of the world's #1 GDP in 10. But what I also need to do is when that comes out, I have to really check how efficient it is even for my laptops and other things. Right now we are only thinking from a EV perspective. But if that is cracked, no one can stop us becoming from world #1 GDP if it also helps in chip manufacturing and other things. But this is investment of few billions of dollars. Everybody knows that if this turns out, it's a massive home run or massive money. But are millions of dollars coming in there? Answer is no. So until unless the way we are designed is we more or less look for short-term profits over a really long-term goal. So unless that mentality changes, it takes time. But nevertheless, you can get in grants or other things which I told you once you get all the approvals from the government, regulatory approvals.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please.
We are a defense tech startup. Mechanically, we are manufacturing completely indigenously, but also the software parts. But the electronic equipments, whatever we design, it will be outsourced from other countries. So how to overcome that? Because if you are outsourcing from other countries, then that means we are assembling just the parts. It is not really manufactured in India or whatever the statement was there from our Ministry of Defense or PM. So how to overcome that particular thing?
See, for any company that you get started, you need to understand one thing that is being said for any startup. See, the thing is suppose if you talk about, say, this ecosystem, at the end of the day, you are running a business. And when you are running a business, you're part of the ecosystem. So you need to identify, are you in that right ecosystem which will help you grow to the next level? Now, if we see geographically in India, the defense tech startups, most of them are placed in Hyderabad. Okay, or probably in some part of Bangalore, maybe in Gurgaon, but most of them are in Hyderabad. The reason is because DRDO has been there for a very long time. HAL has been there for a very long time. And there are local manufacturers who already are working for them for last 20 years or 30 years. They know what specification actually works. So now when you are actually trying to identify answer from this ecosystem alone, it might be difficult. But when you will explore to go to other ecosystem and see what are other startups doing. Because technically if you see, if we can say that there has been 100% manufacturing of cars in India, that means there is an ecosystem there. So you need to understand what are those components, and eventually you will start with an assembly thing only, but then you need to understand who could be those partners who can make that things locally. So for that you have to go into the market, understand your competitors, benchmark them, buy their product, open them, understand what technology are they using it, and what you can do. If are there like for example, it was happening when Indian missiles or Indian drones were falling on our neighbors during the war situation. What happened is they were having internal plates, so and so defense company Hyderabad, so and so defense company Hyderabad. So what do you mean? What you get to see is lot of the products which are made either in Hyderabad or Lucknow, all those kind of stuff. So in that perspective, try to see what are your competitive products. If you can buy them, if you can explore them, if you can benchmark them, if you can get a report from IDEX, if they provide it not, that what kind of listed vendors are they looking for, which can be taken care, and then you can work on it. And you can also see that if I cannot import from maybe from China, so can I import it from South Korea? Can I import it from New Zealand? And this is a very good time to check that, because trade from EU has become easy. So there are no tariffs. There are no tariffs from UK products coming in. 57% of just trade which is coming from New Zealand has become free. So try to understand, see what are the places where you can list, see that similar kind of products are being made overseas where India does not have restriction. Try to get those products, go to a local manufacturer, check if they can make a similar kind of thing. But you will need to design the product and not copy their patents. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. It was a pleasure talking to you all. I wish you all good day and thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful and engaging session. Your valuable guidance on lean canvas, startup validation, and business strategy has certainly inspired all of us to think differently and innovate with confidence. I am sure everyone present here has gained practical knowledge that will be beneficial in their entrepreneurial journey. Let's give a speaker another big round of applause. Thank you.
Just an announcement. Tomorrow we have another insightful session by Mr. Rajesh Gopinath. He is right here with us today. So we'll be having a very enlightened session on modern sales, which is very crucial for startups who are already having market and they are ready for the market to commercialization. We'll be having that. We'll be starting it from 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. So please, all of you are requested to join the session tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you. And now a parallel session is going on in the main auditorium. Please join that also. Yeah. Thank you so much.